It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Craig Pasta Jardula and Jay Scott. And a real fake news update. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
Okay, we are all set. We're all set. Welcome, everyone, to the Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass, your host today for the Non-Tribal Approach to News Network. We're going to be here with you guys all afternoon, giving you the updates in real time, the best we can, everything going on in the world, World War III watch, and all the rest, the real fake news updates, everything we've been doing on the show over the last few years. It's all seeming to go faster and faster. The news cycle gets quicker. It's very difficult to keep up these days, but I think it's because we've been putting in the work. We've been conditioning ourselves in this space that we can actually pull it off, and we're still doing it. And it's because you guys are here with us, and this gives us the reason to keep going on this, because this stuff's hard. You guys know this. It's hard to just do journalism in general, but to be in a space where you're getting constantly pushed back at, constantly surveillance, constantly censored, constantly questioned and character assassinated and all this stuff. You guys know how it works. And it's not just in our space publicly, it's in our private lives as well. And this is why we know a lot of you found yourselves here in this space, this critical thinking space, where we are open to bring anybody in that is willing and ready to start asking questions. And that's what this whole journey is about. We're not going against each other. We might disagree on some things here and there, and that's fine. That's actually healthy. And we learn how to have these discussions, conversations, debate, discourse. And what we're going for in those conversations of disagreement, we're going for understanding. That's the piece that was left out of the puzzle, the way they taught it to us. And they taught it to us wrong on purpose. Isn't it funny, all the stuff that we were willing to accept as possible accidents, or oopsie, we got that wrong. Oopsie, we got that wrong. Turns out all of that was on purpose. There's no such thing as accidents in this space. When an accident shows itself, you know right away, because it's immediately apologized for and corrected. That's how you know an accident has happened. But if we're still sitting around waiting for apologies or waiting for things to be corrected, and they never seem to get to that place, it's time we start assuming, looks like it was all on purpose. Now it's up to you. The onus is on you, the people in power. It's on you to prove us wrong. We're going to assume the worst right off the bat. It's not that we are being nihilists. We're not saying everything sucks. Who cares? We're about action. We're about proaction. That's what we're doing here, to be proactive in anticipating worst case scenario. It's not doom and gloom. We pull back the curtain. We discover what the problem is. That problem has complexity. Sometimes we have to do ongoing investigation. It's an ongoing process. It's a journey sometimes. But at the end of the day, we don't stop there. We keep going. We look for solutions. So the last thing I would say that to all of us here is that we are in any way, shape, or form nihilists or doom and gloomers or Debbie Downers. Quite the contrary. What we're looking for is solutions. And that's what this space is about. Really, overall, when you look at it, being an independent media, we have to look for a way to connect the anti-establishment journalism with the activism. We connect the two together, and we give you guys solutions, things you can try, even on small levels. Small levels is okay. Small levels of just a new approach to engagement, a new approach to conversation. Just that alone can make a difference. How you put stuff out there. We try to give you guys those tools, conversation starters. How do we separate all this stuff? It's tough. It's tough when it all starts to bleed together and all starts to, it's all connected, man. Right? We say that a lot on the show. It's all connected, man. because it is. So it's hard. So we break these things down. We look at these conversation starters, and we can just start with one thing. It could just be the Epstein files. You can just start with that. We can start with the Iran war. And as we know, most American people are on the same side on this. We're saying we don't want this. Not that it's just that it's being done poorly. We don't want this at all. Isn't that a great place to start when all the media pundits are out there telling you what Trump's doing right, what Trump's doing wrong? That's not it. The real story is the American people don't want this at all. The American people are understanding that most of our foreign policies are being dictated by a foreign entity. Wow. So that's not just a left or a right thing. That's an all of it thing. Huh. Interesting. So this is the place we start from. Again, critical thinking. We're not attacking our neighbors. We're punching up. That's what the homeless left is about. We happen to be homeless from the left. That was our starting point. And they failed us. And we ended up here. You might feel failed by somewhere else. The right, the up, the down, the upside down, all around. It doesn't matter. If you're ready to ditch the tribe and start being non-tribal, you found your home. That's where we are. This is a community. It's not a tribe. It's a place we can connect, but we don't have rules that you have to follow to get in and stay in. You don't have to check boxes to be in the club. That's the opposite of tribal. So being non-tribal, that is the awakening, right? That is the conspiracy theorists were right the whole time. Well, you know what? Yeah, let's take a win on that, but let's keep going. So that's what we're doing here. Thank you guys for joining us on all of our platforms that we're on right now. I believe we're not doing Facebook today. We're on one X right now. We got to figure out why we're only getting on mine right now. It seems that we're having an issue with the homeless left on X. But you guys, if you're on X, we're good to go on Matt Weinglass. That's great. But the main channels, and we know you guys that originally found us on Rumble, that was our starting point, was Rumble. A lot of people in the space that were willing to disconnect from the two-party duopoly found ourselves in Rumble a few years back. But then we seem to lose a lot of those people to the Trump clan, which is unfortunate because we thought we could apply the same principles, right, to both parties. So anyways, we're still on Rumble. Obviously, we appreciate all you guys that stuck it with us there the whole way. We needed you because YouTube threw us off. They not just demonetized, not just you suspended, not just one strike, two strike. We're talking terminated. We were terminated from YouTube, but we're back. We started a new channel. It's called THL Presents. And we are so happy that you guys have found us somehow, because I find out we still can't even type in the homeless left and find us on YouTube. I'm still hearing that from folks. But if you do the @ sign, you can find us immediately. THL Presents. The homeless left will come up. And this channel is working right now. How long will it work for? Who knows? Who knows what they're doing right now? Taking notes, surveillancing us. We know we get surveillance on Rumble. We know we're all on these watch lists. We get it. We're going to keep doing it, though, because what we're doing is honest. It's not dangerous. Words are not violence. Conversations are inspiring. They're building. They build us. They give us strength, having discussions. If we don't, and we just isolate from each other and from society, which they told us to do during COVID, they're telling us to do it again right now. Don't ask any questions. Trust the plan. We're not going to fall for it. We don't care if it comes from the left or the right. We ain't falling for it, because the left and right, it's just theater at this point. So the jig is up, guys. We get it. No more uniparty, no more duopoly. We're not going to fall for that anymore. So let's get started with the show. But I will say this, the title fits it pretty well today. We called this one, Who's in the Driver's Seat? You saw that opening, a little funny mocking sketch. I guess you'd call it like a kind of a video game sketch that was put out by Iran. We're going to get to some other stuff in which Iran has been mocking our president, but basically mocking our entire Western structure, because we don't really have much of a leg to stand on right now, which how we're presenting ourselves. And it's quite fascinating to watch unfold in real time. So we're going to get to a lot of the Iran happenings soon here in the show. We also have a Looks like a lockdowns 2.0 coming out from the IEA. Released this playbook. We're going to get to that. We have Jay Scott going to join us to cover some stuff later. We also have Craig Pasta. He's going to be stopping by to do a story. We have a follow-up story on Cuba that we got it. We kind of slipped in there. We can't get all the titles out there on the channel, so you guys don't know. We're actually covering a bunch of stuff we don't even list on the YouTube and Rumble channels. There's just a lot there, but that's why we're here with you all afternoon. Everything's connected. It's all connected, man. So we'll get to that. And what else? Oh, we do have some died suddenlies coming up as well. Some shockers. We'll have a, well, maybe not so shocking for those of you who've been following. We know what it's not, so we'll have some of that for you guys as well. We also like to start the show off with a real fake news update. We usually start the show with that on Tuesdays, but we do have to kind of slip this in first. This is some breaking news that we have received here late last night. So let's go ahead and throw this up first. So we'll start with some breaking news. Here we go. We have some breaking news to report from last night. Massive explosion erupts at one of America's largest refineries in Port Arthur, Texas. Let's see this report. Many people put this out last night. We do like Hustle Bitches reporting, but here he starts off pretty strong saying we're at war. Well, we know we're at war. We know there's a war going on in Iran, but is this connected? Let's find out. U.S. energy target hit. Massive explosion erupts at one of America's largest refineries. Booms heard miles away. A Valero refinery in Port Arthur, Texas, just erupted into flames after a reported explosion. And the footage is unreal. We'll get to the footage here in a second, but the initial breakdown is it's one of the largest refineries. That's 335,000 barrels a day. There was a massive fireball. Thick black smoke, it poured into the sky. Residents have said that the blast shook homes and rattled windows. Shelter-in-place warnings have been issued as the situation unfolds. This isn't some small facility. This is a critical U.S. energy infrastructure going up in flames. If this isn't an accident, what does that mean for what comes next? So, of course, we have to be suspicious. Richard puts this out. So the U.S. starts attacking Iran's energy assets, and then a major refinery in Texas blows up. But sure, let's all pretend that's random. Valero refinery in Port Arthur, Texas. We're going to show you guys the footage here in a second. But that's obviously we connect the dots in the sense that timing. Come on, guys. Timing is everything, right? And then, of course, we thought of this, and we appreciate Aisha's take on this. Explosion at Port Arthur refinery in Texas. Nothing about this feels random anymore. Did they find an Iranian passport this time? Well, check this out. This is footage from the ground in Texas from last night. I should clarify from yesterday. We got the story on our feed last night. So, I'm not seeing any updates on this other than everybody speculating. Did Iran do this? You know what? This is for us here, and I'm just saying the ability for Iran to conduct this type of strike is not very strong for them to do that. We know their targets right now, Iran's targets are in the Middle East. The infrastructure that they have said we will take it out if Trump does any more damage. Trump has now put a pause after he says it was going to be only a 2-day, 48-hour ultimatum. He went ahead and did a longer pause. So is this coming? Is Iran even capable of doing this? We know that there's these fake stories of sleeper cells. The only country that has a history of sleeper cells in our country is our greatest ally, Israel. And that's why we are thinking if this was not an accident, we have to look at our greatest ally. We're going to have to look at that. We can't report on that right at this point, but we do know there's other false flags in the works. We know there's others that we have reported on. The one in LA that we reported on last week. It seems like they're trying to set up another, maybe a mini 9/11 downtown LA. So we're looking at that one. But for this if by chance this is just a coincidence and just happened to be a natural disaster, which there's a chance at that, this is the worst timing ever. This is what you call the worst bad luck of all time, because our oil prices were already skyrocketing. The nationwide average has already been skyrocketing. We know here on the West Coast, we're well above $5. If this is true, either way, we're going to expect in the Gulf area, in the Texas area, we're going to expect a massive hike either way, whether this is a sleeper cell from our greatest ally, whether this was a random, just something went wrong. And it just, hey, what are you going to do? Shit happens sometimes, right? Shit happens sometimes. So, not able to verify the actual cause. It's only been about 24 hours. So we will keep our eye on this and definitely refer to this incident, especially because, like I said, there have been already massive false flags already in the works. We're going to cover, there's a couple going on in the UK that have already been verified as false flags. And we told you guys we had some already happening here in real time. So we will keep an eye on this one, but that is the breaking news. Just wanted to get you guys, if you didn't know, this is happening right here, right now. And as Hustlebitch says, we are at war. And, when it rains, it pours. And that's what we're seeing right now. So we'll stay on the story for you guys as we move ahead. Okay. Let's move on here to our real fake news. I just want to welcome everyone. Let's see how we're doing here. It looks like we're starting to get some traction here on the YouTubes, and Rumble's been taking a little while to catch up. Rumble's been taking a little while. That's been unfortunate. Generally, they, maybe we'll see. We'll see. It's so hard for us to predict here. All I know is that what we can control is that we give you guys a good show. That's what we can control. Yeah, that's it. That's what we can control. We got a couple super chats already on YouTube. Thank you, Citizen. We always appreciate you. Consider all caps comments the actual super chats. Okay. Well, this is a super chat. We're seeing some all caps. It's a good way to stand out. We throw up some all caps when we let you guys know the show's going and help us fight the censorship industrial complex. We definitely want to let you guys know that. So we always throw caps up. But whatever you guys need to do, let your comments stick out. We can totally see it. Yeah, we've been talking about this, Citizen. Thanks again for the super chat. According to two sources, ISR serious about Samsung, the Samson option. That would be Israel Samson optioning Iran. If that's an expression, we'll just call it Samson optioning Iran, has been on the table. Absolutely. And what we know about the Samson option, Seymour Hersh originally reported on this years ago. We understand it to be in the doctrine of Israel, the way they conduct themselves. It's right under if you flip the page right after the Hannibal directive, you'll learn about the Samson option. They have all these little protocols in place. If you guys didn't know, protocols. Citizen, we know, and thanks for reminding us on that. Samson option being the final option that Israel can impose, even though they don't technically have any nuclear weapons, but they do. But they don't, but they do. And whatever that Samson option looks like, the point is that you punish the people who let you down, whether it's your greatest enemy, or in our case, your greatest ally. I had to do the air quotes once again. The air quotes on greatest ally. You can punish your actual ally. You can do that punishment and say, you effed us, we're going to F you, as we all go out into a fiery inferno. It's called the Samson option, and they may use it directly right at Iran. We've been trying to keep that. And I got to pronounce that better. Iran. I have to do that better. I know I've been getting some feedback from you guys on that one. Iran might be targeted from the Samson option. But guys, if you don't know about it, look into it. This is the stuff you're not going to hear on mainstream media. It's not that they haven't looked into it or they don't know about it, or they're just got too many things to do when they go into work every day. Oh, we got too much going on. We just don't have time for that. They know about this, just like they know about the Hannibal directive. They know about all of this shit. Their job is not to report on it. Are you starting to understand that now? That the so-called journalists in the mainstream media positions They are propagandists. They protect the powerful. They know about all this stuff. We didn't just find it in some corner of some random, computer in some grandma's basement that's on some, off the grid thing that can't be verified. That's not where this is real shit. This is the stuff they purposely don't report on. So we have to do the reporting, and we have to give credit to people like Seymour Hersh, who has gone against the grain of his own profession and given us the absolute truths about the military-industrial complex and the Greater Israel Project. So those few and far between, Seymour Hersh, we commend that, and we like to follow in people like that in his footsteps and try to keep a high bar for us as well. So that's what that's about. Okay, so let me just go ahead here and make sure we're all set up for the next segment. Let's see here. Here we go. Okay. It's time to do some, what do we call it? Real fake news update. Yeah, you guys, this is one of our favorite. We like to start the week with this generally. Okay, here we go, guys. Real fake news update. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. What we're looking at is the new script that has been released to all of the mainstream outlets. They know what the talking points are about Iran. How do you keep the public consent? How do you keep them in line? Now, of course, there's the subplot of Trump's doing a bad job at this, and they're good at doing that. And we'll get to some of that. But overall, you got to align all of the networks with the simple message of what? Freedom isn't free, right? It cost $1.29, right? What's the new one? It's a short-term, what is it? Long-term gain, short-term pain. Yeah, that's kind of it. They found some rhyme. They found a rhyme. Short-term pain for a long-term gain. They can make a little song about it. Well, here we go. We got we did find somebody did a mashup of it. Here's all of the different language that you're hearing right now. If you turn on any of your favorite mainstream network right now.
Oil prices, people just need to stop panicking. It's worth it to prevent Iran from having a nuclear weapon. So if I have to pay a little bit more for gas, I'll do that.
Pay the price. I mean, in order to have long-term stability.
The disruptions in the global markets are real and may be painful. But the long-term benefits, again, are incalculable.
There may be some sacrifices to be made at the pump on a temporary basis. I'm willing to pay 30% or 30 cents more at the pump to make sure that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon.
To win in life, you got to suffer short-term pain for the long-term gain, or short-term pain for long-term gain.
Freedom is not free. Americans are going to have to make some sacrifices.
This is short-term, and I'm asking you to just trust the man, okay? Trust the system, let him call.
Yeah, and that goes on and on. That just goes on and on like that. So again, so they're all doing it, right? They're all doing this. We're all in this. We're all in this together. The COVID mantra, right? So it doesn't matter red, blue. We're all coming together to do a group sacrifice. And this is the same playbook we've been seeing well before COVID. This is the 9/11 playbook. We said that there's actual country song. If you guys remember that remember the 2001, 2002, getting everybody manufactured consent for invading Iraq in 2003. And it was freedom isn't free. It cost $1.29. So there was this, we have to sacrifice in order to get something, which of course you never actually get the thing. You just do the sacrifice, and there's no cost benefit return on any of it. There never is. When has there ever been? When have we ever all gone into something together and we all reap the benefits from it? Never. It never happens. But here they're trying to make this happen, right? So let's see some of the people talking about murdering people in Iran for their democracy. This is not just a Fox News talking point. This is coming from all of them. Okay. Especially, I mean, you just turn on CNN and you can see Scott Jennings break it down for you why these people are the worst people in the world and we have to kill them all. This is passing as news. It's psychopath behavior, and someone should call this piece of S out, and they let him talk because it gets in the minds of whoever's left watching CNN and they consider it. They go, oh, he kind of has a point. I can see that. I can see that someone has to be the worst persons in the world. It might as well be Iranians.
Scott, is that unfair? I mean, to say we're going to bomb our little hearts out? I mean,
it would be fine with me if we continue to bomb them. These are the worst people in the world. They've been at war with us for 47 years. They want nuclear weapons. By the way, the reason that they're saying there are no talks while the president is saying there are is because they lie all the time. They sent their people out in February to say, oh, we would never have long-range missiles. We have no plans. And then what do we find out this weekend? They got 4,000-kilometer range missiles that can reach most of Europe. They lie all the time. That's what the Iranians do. They're terrorists. They hate us.
It's unbelievable that they're still going with this garbage of they just hate us. We can't figure out why. It's just that we're better than they are. They know it, and they just hate us. They can't help it. Therefore, we can just kill them. This is the superiority complex, the supremacy complex. We grew up thinking, oh, white supremacy, it's this thing, it's this KKK thing. We got to watch out for it. There's no room for it. And then it turns out that this is a contagious disease that seems to infect a lot of people, and it seems to be okay that they do this. It seems to be okay. The superiority complex and supremacy complex, it goes well beyond white. This is we see this with Jewish supremacy. We didn't even know that was an expression until we realized, wait a minute, everything about foreign policy and dictating military attacks is all about Jewish supremacy. And then there's white Christian nationals, but we would just say, you could just say Christian Zionists, and there's a shitload of them. Scott Jennings clearly is a Christian Zionist, talking about what? About superiority and supremacy, and that's why we can wipe them out. It's absolutely disgusting, and that we are okay and we tolerate this. Yet, oh, if you see a white hood, that's the problem. It's like we don't actually see those. That's actually not a thing. You don't see Klan members. That's just an image to get you scared. Meanwhile, guys in suits and ties are talking like this shit every day, like it's totally okay. Because he doesn't have a Klan suit on, that means it's totally okay. Not okay. Okay. So this is where we got to be a little more careful about how the pushback goes. We saw this, and this is important. This is what we have Chuck Schumer doing his positioning as the Democrat representative, going on Joe Scarborough to pretend that he represents any sort of pushback. And Joe Scarborough calls him out. But overall, neither of them are having the conversation we're having. But let's try and break this down of what's actually happening here when an audience is watching this Joe Scarborough Morning Joe show, thinking they're getting an honest debate. Let's see how this goes.
No, hold a second. Okay. You got to answer my question first.
Yeah.
Is it a good thing that Iran, and I think you would agree with me, epicenter of terrorism in the world since 1979, is it good that their military infrastructure is being degraded to the degree that it is? Yes or no?
It's you can't, because it's a premature question. What is going to happen in the next several months?
No, I can ask that question.
Well, you can't separate.
No, I can't. So you have a military side of it. I can show you my chart, but I think I threw it away. You have the military side, you have the political side. I'm simply asking on the military side, is it good, regardless of whether we agree with going in or not, is it good that Iran's military infrastructure has been seriously
degraded? And again, I have to tell you, Joe, first, you can't, what's going to happen 3 months from now? Is it worth it? What's going to happen? Will the world economy collapse? Will something happen even worse? Will the whole energy infrastructure of the world go up in smoke? So you have to, when they do it without planning, when they do it without understanding where they're going,
Senator,
where they're going,
but
I don't think it's fair.
It's a trick question.
No, it's not.
It is.
Let me answer the question for everybody in America. The answer, yes. It's good that the terrorist regime, their military has been, and capabilities have been degraded radically. The question, Mike, though, is political. It's the political.
Well, first of all, they actually haven't been degraded radically, so he's wrong on that. But he's trying to separate this and try to ask him at least a halfway real question here, even though doing the propaganda of that we're winning in some weird way when we're actually not winning. But okay, let's see if Joe can get this question out.
Political question. No. What is the political impact? What's the impact in the Straits? What's the impact in the region?
Joe, in all due respect, if you ask the American people, if you have the choice of degrading the military structure in Iran, but having gasoline be $6 a gallon, and our economy falling into a deep recession where millions lose their job, what do you think of that?
Senator, you're not listening to me. That's the political side.
No, it's not political.
Okay.
It's a consequence, just like Mika said.
All right, why don't we talk about the Yankees, because you're not following me here.
I am
with all due
following you.
respect.
I just don't agree with you.
No, what you don't understand me. There's a big difference. I would say that most Americans would say it's a good thing that it's degraded. Would they agree that we should have gone to war, Mike? I think most Americans, you look at the polls, they don't want this war.
Okay.
They don't want.
It's not an opinion. It's a fact. Most Americans don't want the war. It's a fact. They don't want it. They don't want it. They don't want it. He should just say that. They don't want it.
This war, but there is, it's something that I think the Democrats should be, I think it's something, with all due respect, Democrats should be clear about. Iran has tried to kill Americans since 1979.
Okay.
Do you think so?
Okay, now we're going off the deep end here. Morning, Joe, trying to pretend you're pushing back at Chuck Schumer. That's not, you can't even give us one example of that, and no one there is going to ask you to. That's the problem here. Nobody in the studio is going to ask you to cite an example. This is you just kissing ass before you try to ask your half-assed question, which it's weird that Schumer is putting up some fight. It's very bizarre. It's very bizarre. Does he think that it's going to look like that he's soft on this? Just to appease Joe Scarborough, to make it look like he's got something of a point here, even though they're all agreeing on the same thing, right? They all agree that Iran hates Americans. They want to kill us. They want to kill us for our freedom, and they have. Yet you can't cite any example of it.
Hold on. Two things can be true at once. It can be good that Iran's killing machine has been degraded. At the same time, the consequences may outweigh the good that come from that.
Okay,
it's okay
look,
to say that.
I don't disagree with you.
I don't disagree.
You know, the fact that the leader Khamenei is gone, no one regrets that. The fact that around
now that's the stupidest thing to say. Nobody regrets that. We've made it absolutely clear that to take out a guy that was at the negotiating table, actually having these conversations, and then you're saying, well, his son is now in charge, not having those conversations. How could you possibly sit there and say nobody regrets that? Nobody doesn't not want that. How about a camp of people that actually want negotiations to happen? That would be a reason to say, maybe we shouldn't have taken out the dude that was actually at the table. That's a thing. So again, nobody in that studio at MSNBC now and later is not, nobody is going to challenge that. They're all in agreement.
Has less ability to create military trouble is no one disputes that. But you have to look, I don't think it's political, to be very honest with you. It's the consequences, the military, the geopolitical, the economic consequences.
I'm saying geopolitical.
You got to let me finish.
You just said what I was saying. The geopolitical consequences.
Right, it's not just the economic consequences. Right. Again, let me ask the question again. If you ask the American people, and you had the package together, because we don't know how bad it's going to get, but we know it's pretty bad now. I think most of them would have said, no, we shouldn't have gone to war. And by the way,
most of them have said that.
Yeah, we shouldn't have gone to war.
Right.
And I'll tell you this, if they would have done it right, if they would have voted, if the Republicans would have voted with us on the War Powers Act, all these questions would have been asked ahead of time.
Right.
No, that's a scam. That's a scam. The War Powers Act, you never wanted that to go through. You had the whole thing set up to make it look like you were fighting Trump on that. You knew exactly what was going on. That was never going to happen. You're just positioning politically. We saw that happen in real time. No, you all wanted it. You all wanted it. So stop lying about that. Stop lying about that. So again, these are conversations that are designed to make you think that a debate is happening in that studio when that's not a debate. Everybody in that room is pushing for Israel's agenda, Greater Israel Project. Every one of them. And they're trying to figure out a way to keep this Trump hate going. At the same time, we got to kill the worst people on the planet, as Scott Jennings says from CNN. This last example is probably the hardest one to detect because we like to believe that a guy like Jon Stewart is really trying to tell his audience this whole thing is bullshit. But watch what he's doing here. He's just criticizing Trump's inability to present. And that's all he's doing here. As funny as it is, and Jon Stewart's a very funny dude, he's not giving the real critique. So let's look at the stuff he is saying and then understand the stuff that's not being said is the most important part.
You said there's many points of agreement with Iran right now.
Many.
What, can you give us a
Many, like 15 points. 15 points.
Like 15 or 15? God damn it, why do we fucking have to do this?
So what he's doing here, he is calling out the BS that Trump is making up. He's making up a claim that there are talks underway. There are no talks underway, period. It's not happening. We're going to cover a little bit of that in the next segment, but it's not happening. That's 100% true. There's no talks. So to critique him lying about talks, it's not going deep enough. It's funny, but it's not going deep enough. But it's an obvious critique, and at least someone's doing that because they ain't doing that on Scarborough. They certainly ain't doing it over on CNN or Fox.
Seriously, like 15 or 15? Just keep going. What's the first point?
Well, they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. That's number one. That's number 1, 2, and 3.
It's... I want to believe this is real, but there's no way that your 15-point agreement, 1, 2, and 3 are no nuclear. First of all, that makes it a 13-point agreement, just right off the bat. And there's no way you went to Iran and were like, all right, first point, no nuclear weapons. And point number 2, same. Point number 3, see, point number 2.
Yeah, so I mean that's an obvious one. That's an obvious one. So good for Jon Stewart for pointing out the obvious. But at the end of the day, this is still real fake news on Comedy Central, same as on MSNBC Now and Later, and same on Fox and CNN. It's designed to make you think that something's being challenged when it's not. The real thing that needs to be said is that we are the aggressors. We are the ones that lie. We're the one, Trump doing the bidding for Israel and Trump not being able to keep his words straight. That's really the biggest problem right here of all. That's the biggest problem here of all. That you have a guy who, it's not that he can't lie correctly. It's that the entire system itself isn't functionable because Iran's in a power position. They're literally in the driver's seat, and they're exposing us every single day for another embarrassing moment. And it's too bad we don't have enough media outlets exposing the entire problem of the Western war machine, the Greater Israel Project, which has been the problem the whole time. And it really doesn't matter who's in the fake driver's seat as Trump is in. And that should do it for a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. Okay. So I think what we can do here, if we're ready, I actually had one more segment I was going to do before we brought in our first co-host, but maybe we could do them. Maybe we can do them both. Maybe we can do them both. Yeah, we could probably pull that off. Yeah, we can pull that off. But let's just go for it right now. We'll go ahead and switch gears and bring in our co-host right now. You know him, you love him. Please welcome back to the Homeless Left, Craig Pasta Jardula.
What's going on, Matt? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you.
Yeah.
How's it going for you right now out there on the east side?
Other than my little eye thing, everything's beautiful. Everything's great. Feeling good, healthy. You know, it's a beautiful day and trying to stay positive to all this craziness that's taking place. But, you know, we do what we can do. That's it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I appreciate you joining here because we were on your show. We were on the Truth Wire and we were discussing with Fiorella what was going on in Cuba. I want to do this story right now because I think that we were just kind of processing all this yesterday, and I just had a new thought about it. So why don't we start with that? And if we have some time, I want to go back to some of the Trump stuff with you before.
Sure.
We get out. Let's go ahead and do that then if you're ready to go here.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's what's going on. We know that there's people that go to a story. This is the stuff that we talk about. This Craig Pasta, myself, everybody we work with here, we have this idea that no matter what's happening, if we can do it, we go to the story. We were talking to Danny Shaw. He's been on our shows, telling us what's happening on the ground in Cuba, going on the gray zone, reporting from the ground, interacting with the people. We know that this power outage and all of the other catastrophes that are happening in Cuba is an ongoing thing. It didn't just start now. It's something that we've been pushing on purpose for its fail. So then Trump and for this administration to then take Cuba. So with that said, the question comes up, Pasta, how as journalists, how as independent journalists do we conduct ourselves when we go to these places? And the problem comes up that if we're not in sync with what our job really is, something can go absolutely wrong. And what we have to do is figure out why this is happening. Why are we getting reports like this coming from Fox News, who is ready to jump on this? I'm going to go ahead and throw this one up because I found this report, and it's kind of disgusting the way they did this. But you have to ask yourself, is this story based on a tiny bit of accuracy that gave them the green light to do it? So let me go ahead and bring this one up, and we'll talk about it. Here we go.
Over the weekend, allegedly staying in luxury five-star hotels as the island restores power from its third blackout this month. Here to react is Fox News contributor Mary Catherine Ham. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Why do you think they're doing this? Is this in protest of what President Trump has done, blocking the oil?
Well, it's hard to imagine anything more out of touch than influencers flying down some first class with their ring lights and their makeup to hang out in an impoverished country that is currently imprisoning, by the way, a reggaeton artist for writing a song, a protest song that went viral and was co-written with folks, Cuban Americans who are in America. That's the kind of person that the regime imprisons, and the libs are like, sign us up, let's go, we'll stay in a hotel. And by the way, is it a coincidence that the hotel has power so that you can stream the government's approved messages back to Cuban Americans and to Cubans there who are repressed? No, they're doing that for you. That's the regime's work.
That's the irony here. A lady was interviewed, and she's exiled from Cuba, lives here in America. She said, while nearly the entire country is suffering from power outages lasting over 20 hours, the left is welcomed with air conditioning and wasteful electricity consumption. So people here feel that way. Do you think that they're meeting with the president? What is their objective here?
Yeah. Their objective is to suck up to communists, I think. That is the objective. And if they were capable of being embarrassed, they would be, but I don't think they are. And unfortunately, the Cuban people will continue to suffer while they romanticize the nonsense that this regime perpetrates on them.
Mary.
Their objective is to suck up to communists. Wow, what a brain dead report here. Pastor, your initial thoughts on this story, and we'll get to they actually are conducting an investigation beyond this, but
yeah,
what the hell are they doing here? Is any of this justified?
Yeah. Well, good. This is, I wasn't going to come on today. I was going to say, hey, Matt, let me just jump on Thursday. I had a lot of stuff going on today. And when you said, let's talk about this story, I thought it was really important because a lot of people don't understand what's going on. And I know we have somewhat of an independent audience that some people might leave fiscally right. They might not be crazy about communism or socialism. They might have libertarian-minded views or whatnot, where anything that the state does is evil no matter what. I think we reach across those audiences because, we're common sense leftists, right? We are the homeless left, but we're also the common sense left. We're the anti-imperialist left. And I think that we can first identify, the greater evil, right? The greater evil, I think, is that rhetoric in which that reporter used, right? Just talking like, why are they doing this? Because Donald Trump's blocking the oil that's going in. That's the big story right there. The fact that he is blocking energy from getting into Cuba for whatever reason, because he doesn't like communism, because Congress won't let him. I mean, that's why you have to, right now, the thing you have to look at, you have to say, like your drunk uncle used to say on Thanksgiving, none of them are good. They're all great, terrible. They all are. I mean, you can give a pass to Thomas Massey You can give a pass maybe to Rand Paul on certain things. You have to hold his feet to the fire on other things. But this is terrible because that's the real evil here. You know, and I wanted to have a conversation about the lesser of two evils with you because I think that's the importance we see thing going on right now, because a lot of excusing of Donald Trump is still kind of digressing back to that lesser of two evils. But that's the immediate part that's really disgusting. And then the rhetoric about the communism, whatnot and stuff. It's so sophomoric. It's just small-minded, right? Low-informed, old school fucking talking points that are really just, I mean, it's so stupid. It's like, it's another country, right? I'm going to quote what Angela McArdle said she was the chair of the Libertarian Party. We really haven't been talking much ever since the rescue of the Republicans. But she said, being mad at another country for being communist is like being mad at your neighbor for being gay. It's so stupid. And it really, really is. And whatever they want to choose, whatever they want to do, they should be able to do. Being shut out from the global market, that's awful. But there is something that we're going to get deeper into this right now. And I don't really even care about the rhetoric that's taking place or the narrative or the way they do things, like it's Lion Country Safari, which Fia talked about. Like, don't make it easy for the right to go after you. Oh, they're staying in hotels where there's energy, and so they could stream the messages from the Cuban government. Once again, the conspiracy and stuff. Yeah, I get it. And I chose to stay in Airbnbs, not in a hotel. But I can understand why the government would want you, the United States government and the Cuban government would want you probably to stay at these hotels more for security reasons. God forbid something happens. No side wants to have that type of catastrophe on his hands, even though it is a very peaceful place. I've walked in the streets in Nevada late at night, and people looked at me scared, right? Like, who's this big old guy coming through the thing? So, I mean, I can understand that. But we will get to the crux of what's really, really going on, and that's that Fox investigation.
Yeah.
And, we have history with this guy who's bankrolling this whole operation.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think that is an important story, and that's why it was really important for me to come on with you today, Matt, because it takes a balanced, nuanced approach to figure this out, right? Even a broken clock is right twice a day. We talk about the wokeness of the left, the Democrats, how they were so awful, especially when they were in power, that they are also warmongers who came to the Russia-Ukraine war, that they started the whole Gaza genocide in the beginning, Anthony Blinken showing up. So, we had talked about all that other stuff, but some of the voters and the followers could get some things right. You know what I'm saying? Like, they could get in the streets for Palestinians, to try to stop the genocide. They could get in the streets to oppose ICE and stuff. Now, these are very much the woke crowd, and they don't like a lot of the positions we might take on COVID or our reluctancy to get really too deep into making, sound decisions on what is a trans child or whatever that, because we kind of, I don't think necessarily that we necessarily say that we don't take a position on it. We just don't prioritize it as the issues that are going on. Well, let me say, I don't prioritize it as the issues go on. I believe you treat everybody with love and respect, but I'm just glad that I don't have a child in the school and I have to get in that arena. So that group that is there right now, and I'm very, very thankful they were able to bring aid there. I'm very thankful that they're going to some of them, because there's some great people in those groups. I know some of those people, right? A lot of them are, once again, they are the woke crowd, but there's a lot of good ones in there that are going to get some great journalism done, get some reports, talk to some people, help some people out, acknowledge what's going on. And they're really out there because there is such dire straits in Cuba. And that is the main issue that's just being glossed over by the right. And this whole, let's continue to bomb them because Iranians want to be freed and want to be bombed. Let's starve out Cubans because they want to be free and be liberated, is just bonkers and ridiculous by the president, his administration, the conservatives. Where the hell is the fucking Congress on this stuff? At the end of the day, this is a war crime. He's starving people out. So, I mean, I know that's a mixed bag of nuts, Matt, but I mean,
no, all those are great points. Let's get the viewers the actual, and this is the actual investigation Fox is conducting here. It says exclusive inside the extensive far left network now under investigation by multiple federal agencies. So they're the ones reporting on this right now. A network with close ties to an activist group that traveled to Cuba this weekend to support its failing communist regime.
Throw that in there.
They are talking about Code Pink here. A months-long Fox News digital investigation exposes the network of an estimated 2,000 organizations worth up to $591 million funded in large part by tech tycoon Neville Roy Singham, husband of Code Pink co-founder Jody Evans. And there's their little poster they put up, the power couple of chaos. And this is their $600 million far left scheme to reward or to rewire the American mind. And then here is a screenshot from some of the financial transactions. And this was back in 2023. So I guess they've been keeping tabs on all of these transactions. I just have to say, look, we call out the money, right? We call out when people are where the money's come from. We've been obviously following Israel this whole time. What are the influencers getting the $7,000 per post? Is there a situation like that occurring here? Are people getting given an excess amount of money to do the thing you're talking about? You're saying go there, talk to the people, report on this stuff, but are they getting hooked up extra good, bonus, VIP style? Is that happening? Maybe it is. Is there a discussion worth having? Do we go there with this mindset of I want to be treated like a VIP in order to do journalism? Obviously, you and I, we don't vibe with that. But does that necessarily mean they're doing anything illegal or wrong, that they're aligned with this type of money? And then again, what is the intention here? To rewire the American mind? I don't see that logic, because why would you have to rewire an American mind that's already skeptical of U.S. imperialism, already skeptical of our military industrial complex and all the countries we go around, and we destroy them in order to take them over? So I don't even get that intention. Am I missing something here? And where is this money coming from? Who's taking it? And should they be held accountable for taking money and staying in 5-star hotels when they report on this stuff?
So there's a lot to unpack there, Matt, because really, to tell you the truth, we know this guy for quite some time, Neville Roy Singham, right? We've been known who he was for quite some time. I was hoping that Whitney Webb would dive a little bit into him. He's an old tech guy. He did seem to sell a software company, which I really didn't understand what the big thing he had, like, that was so huge that he got so much money for that piece of software. It definitely seemed like one of those, very much like, I would kind of, I don't want to say it's very much like it, but like a Leslie Wexner who handed a lot of money over to Jeffrey Epstein, for certain reasons. I'm not saying that Neville Roy Singham is involved in anything like that, but it definitely seemed like a way to kind of pass money over, make it look like this guy is just an activist and he's funding all these groups. He is married to one of the co-founders of Code Pink. You know what I'm saying? And that is one of the groups, but there are other groups out there.
There's other groups, yeah.
Yeah, the PSL is one of them.
PSL.
The Party for Socialism and Liberation, the Answer Coalition, the People's Summit. I don't know if he gives any money to Black Alliance for Peace, but they seem to work together a lot of these groups, because that doesn't mean they necessarily get the funding from him. But I know he funds the other one, especially the PSL. The PSL, they pretty much, not as a group, but just certain individuals in the PSL, pretty much kept me, Fiorella, and Danny Shaw out of the Venezuelan elections, right? They also kept the ACP out. Not that, Jackson found a way to get over there. Alex Saab got him over there. But all of us were not able to go. You know what I'm saying? It was really upsetting, because they had handed over the foreign ministry had handed over their list and outsourced it to these guys to bring in media to cover the election. And the only problem with the fact is that, for whatever reason why you don't like us, a lot of the reasons they don't like us is their beliefs on COVID, right? Because they were the ones pretty much pointing the finger, all these groups at the right being, so they didn't jive with what we had talked about. And that was for them their final straw for us, to get rid of some of us. They didn't like my rhetoric on elections. They didn't like the fact that, I'm a civil liberties guy. And these groups, though, I will say this much, they are ideologues, right? There is a love for China. There's a love for socialism. There's a love for communism. So it's not like the Chinese government is funding money to Neville Roy Singham and he's funding the money to, he's getting paid by China. Very much different than a lot of the conservatives who are funded directly from AIPAC. Right, and all these other religious groups. Exactly. What I'm saying is this exists on both sides.
Yeah, well, that's why it's so nefarious. It's so nefarious of Fox to do this story, and they never talk about that funding that is constant with right and left when it comes from Israel. It's totally okay. It's totally okay to rewire the minds, right, of the American people with money, with the intention of promoting something that's not that needs that type of money. It means that it's a messaging plan that actually needs money put into it. And that's, I think, the difference for me is I look at this, I go, why does it need so much money to show Americans how bad things are because of our sanctioning and our putting our abrupt fist on people? We do it all the time. I mean, why is that money needing to be spent? I don't get that. I mean, great if they're spending it, cool. If they're going to set people up in 5-star hotels. It's weird. It's weird, Craig. I don't get this. This part makes me really skeptical of the entire operation when we know that that Cuba is in a complete blackout right now. However, where are they getting electricity? Check this shot out. This kind of makes you gonna go, what is actually going on here?
So this is Cuba, and there is no electricity anywhere because there's no oil, there's no energy. And this is what it looks like. Except that hotel, because it's a 5-star hotel. That's it. Everybody else is in the dark.
I mean, that's obviously deliberate. It's deliberate to have the lights off everywhere except where these people are staying, where they can do their journalism and have their internet, because you got to be able to, stream and do your thing. So who's controlling that power grid? And is it designed to be this so obvious because then it leaves Fox in a lane where they can then do a story like we saw earlier, where they can just say, look at these a-holes going there, nefariously promoting communism and staying in their 5-star luxury hotels. But it seems like that's how it was designed. The area was set, right? The table was set for that occurrence to happen. Unless you're Danny Shaw and actually get on the ground and say, F it, I don't need electricity. I'm going to figure this out on my own. I'm going to just do it. And that's obviously that's real investigative work going on the ground and not taking this 5-star hotel. But why is that place deliberately being powered and nowhere else is? Who's running that mechanism?
Well, it's like it is in any country when things get scarce. And Danny had talked about this. There's, in Haiti, he's got the same problem right now. When things are scarce, when fuel is scarce, the rich have access to it, right? They'll pay the high price to it. It doesn't affect them as much, and they'll find a way to get it in. And then somebody's going to take, he's going to benefit off that. Whoever, there's probably a group of guys who got the gas for that hotel, you know what I'm saying? That are going to be able to feed their families and all this other stuff. So I know that's really not laying out the groundwork for what's going on. But me and Wyatt have eaten in that hotel over there. We've been to that hotel before. We know where that area is. And truthfully, a lot of the places around it are very much like slums almost. They're like poor areas around that hotel in the middle of the Havana, right near the Malecon. I mean, there's just not a lot of 5-star hotels. And the 5-star hotel is like a 3.5 hotel, maybe a 4 and stuff. You know what I'm saying? You really notice it with the food, right? There's a lack of a lot of resources and food sometimes when you're in these places. But I mean, I'm sure that, who knows what's going on? Things are scarce. Maybe they said they're going to bring in some of these protesters, these activists, the Cuban government. The Cuban government and the Venezuela has a thing for these two particular groups, these Neville Roy Sigmund groups, right? Like they do get their biggest reach in these two countries. A little bit different than Nicaragua and Honduras, where they're like, they're not playing that woke game at all. You know what I'm saying? No, they're not foreign owned in Cuba, though. Unfortunately,
they're not foreign owned in Cuba.
Everybody at Cuba, the Cuban government owns everything. That's one of the problems is they own all the hospitality industries and the tourism industries. They need to give that stuff up, and they plan to, right? But they need some investment to come in. They're having a hard time finding people find that. But the areas around them are a little bit around that is poor. Like I said, I've stayed in an Airbnb right where that guy's at. Where I stayed up on the tall where I can pan my phone over, my camera over, and get that hotel. And it's really nice when a lot of the other things are lit up. But I mean, it's just that way when things are scarce. The people who have money or the places that have the resources, and they understand that they're going to make the most money from that over there. They're just going to take advantage of that as best they can. So I mean, I don't know if what arrangements the Cuban government had, But it's once again, they're being blockaded. That's the main issue.
That's the story. That's why you go there to cover that. That's the whole point.
Yeah. So, but these groups, I don't want to say this, they are ideologues. Very dangerous, right? I don't like ideologues at all. I don't want to say it's very dangerous, but it's not good. You know, you got to have independent thinking as far as I'm concerned across the board. You can't play team sports, and these ideologues play team sports, so that's a big problem. And remember that old saying, Matt, when they used to say the Democrats would rather lose to Donald Trump than win with Bernie Sanders?
Oh, yeah.
Like they hate Bernie Sanders more than they hate Donald Trump, right? Because they're permitted to hate Donald Trump, and when you got to hate Bernie Sanders, it kind of makes you look like an ass. That's how they are about us. They don't like us. No. Leftist groups like us, independent thinking groups like us. You know what I'm saying? They don't like the gray zone at all. You know what I'm saying? They don't like us. They don't like Jimmy. You know what I'm saying? They don't like Kim Iverson. They don't like us. Any independent thinking leftist channel, they're not crazy about it. They might like RBN because they are truly socialist, but they don't like us. And that's a problem. Like they've kept us out of places. They've kept us out of Venezuela. You know, they got to go to Cuba. And like I said, it's very, very weird. Abby Martin, she goes to Venezuela. She's kind of close. Mike Preisner, Breakthrough Media is fun. Rania, she's funded by the same group, I believe. You know what I'm saying? I think she is funded by the PSL or that media. They all have that same, you know, but they're doing it because they're ideologues. It's not a foreign government doing it. It's not half as nefarious as what I think a lot of these Republicans getting funded by AIPAC and the Democrats getting funded by AIPAC. You know, that's why they're just, you know, they're just as bad as the Republicans. But I mean, you know, no, I mean, the People's Summit, that's part of the groups too. It's just a clan, a clique, and Neville Roy Sigmund is just an activist who's donating and throwing his money out there. And he is pro-Chinese. You know, he does love the Chinese government. He's an ideologue, just like Co Pink. A lot of them are ideologues, socialist. What are you going to do?
Maybe they just don't like us because we didn't like showing our Vax cards to get into the meetings back in 2021. They
didn't like us. They hated us for our opinions on COVID.
Yeah, that was the break. That was the break.
That was it.
That was the break off. Yeah. They said you guys aren't team players. And it's like, we're not about team play. That's the point. We're not team players. We're fighting for critical thinking and justice and for all and humanity. We're not on a team. Yeah. That's the point. We are homeless from all of it, including them. And so here we go. And that's why we're not getting the big money thrown at us. But even if we did, I would be reluctant to be like, wait, where are you putting us up at? That doesn't seem right. I don't know. I feel like there's a principle at play here, right? We were talking about this yesterday on Truthwire, this idea that when you go there to the ground, when you're on the ground, you're talking to the people, you want to be there with them. You don't want to be wearing these nice, we're talking about wearing these nice clothes and just kind of flashing your shit. Like that's not what we're doing. We want to get in the mix and be there on the ground and do some real engagement. That's what I would say. So, you know, not that they're offering us all that money, but I would certainly be skeptical of being put up at these places. If they did call us up. So that's just me.
I want to back up and say, you know, I was just looking up for Breakthrough News because I just know they align on certain details, but, you know, I don't know for sure if they are funded through Neville Roy Singham, but I know they're part of the same group. They do a lot of events together, protests together, rallies together. They're often involved. And, you know, there was like a little split over there between that group and our group a long time ago, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not, like I said, there's a lot of them. And, you know, I've been with some of these people in Nicaragua and have conversations. They're just, you know, there's certain things they're not crazy about us on. And COVID was not, like I said, COVID was the,
precisely.
COVID was the, that was it. You know, what do you mean you don't want to wear a mask? Like when I was going to Nicaragua and we were getting on bus and a bunch of people wore masks, I put a mask on just to be cool because I didn't want to be like the only dickhead not having a mask, and I didn't want to wear it. I didn't believe I should, but I did it. You know.
Can we clarify this one? Not knocking China.
China.
No,
I said that China is not funding these groups through Neville Roy Singham. He's an ex-software owner that sold a product and made billions of dollars on that, and he's an activist, and he's married to one of the co-founders of Code Pink. You know what I'm saying? I'm not knocking China at all, but I do. These guys, they love China. They're ideologues. They love communist China. Ben Norton's all part of their group, right? He hangs out with them. You know, He does stuff with them. They're ideologues.
Well, at least we got our principal. We might not have the money, the big bucks, but we have our principal, and that's something. That's worth something.
Yeah.
Pasa, do you want to do one more with me on?
Yeah. It's 4:22.
Okay.
I was just hardly broke the ice.
Hell yeah. Okay. Let's do this because it's part of the whole setup of the show. We saw all the back and forth, Trump, Iran. There's a lot of mocking going on Iran's side, and it's pretty funny. We played an opening for you guys at the top, the little video game sketch. Pretty funny stuff. But it's the reason this is happening right now is Iran. This is Iran's way of putting some humor into the mix, because Trump does sound absolutely insane when he's talking about conversations that aren't actually happening at all. Here's Trump telling us about a conversation that's not actually happening.
Stop speaking with Mr. President. A top person. Don't forget, we've wiped out the leadership phase 1, phase 2, and largely phase 3. But we're dealing with the man who I believe is the most respected and the leader. It's a little tough. We've wiped out everybody.
Is that the Supreme Leader?
No, not the Supreme Leader. We don't. Well, nobody heard of the second Supreme Leader, the son.
Are these direct?
Nobody. We have not heard from the son. Every once in a while, you'll see a statement made, but we haven't. We don't know if he's living. But the people that seem to be running it, and they seem that based on really fact, because things they've said have taken place.
Mr. President,
again.
Mr. President, I know you've deployed.
Because I don't want him to be killed. Okay, I don't want him to be killed.
Mr. President, you deployed.
Nobody wants to be that. Nobody wants that job right now. Nobody's exactly looking forward to being the head of that particular country. But perhaps we'll be able to solve that problem.
Mr. President,
So, I mean, he is contradicting himself right in this statement, talking about we're having these talks. I'm not going to tell you who. We don't know who's who, who's what. We've killed everyone. So I wouldn't want to be one of them. They don't want to be one of them. Nobody wants the job, but maybe we'll change that. So what talks are you actually talking about? He's just rambling. And the more he talks, the more it's absolutely clear that there is no strategy going in. There's no strategy in the moment, and there's no strategy going ahead. So he's just stalling with words. And these 48-hour threats have absolutely no meaning. This was released by Iran as a response to this, and I kind of liked how it was summed up. Iranian military spokesperson, he sent this new message: if your criminal army reveals the true number of dead and wounded, it will shatter the order of your cowardly and panicked army. You have confused this war with Hollywood movies. What a dig, and so spot on, because it does seem like one big Hollywood movie playing out. And in this case, I would say the script is so bad, you just thought you could throw a logo on, a Top Gun symbol, and a Tom Cruise lead role, and you think that's enough for a good film. You didn't actually look at the script and break it down and find out there are some major holes in this story. So I think he hits it out on the nose that he's confused this war with a Hollywood movie. And it's clear that it's all theater at this point.
I wanted to share you something because an hour of breaking news came through just an hour ago. We're going to have fun talking about it tomorrow, because basically, bottom line, what happened, and that shows you a lot. And we've been talking about how much Iranian media has said the United States surrendered. The United States said no more. Matt, can you share that really quickly? If you just look at, I'm just going to, so Donald Trump, the war in Iran has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. Here's, once again, this conservative, right-wing, cheerleading, propagandized media. Gunther Engelman, right? Eagleman. This guy's going to lick Trump's ass every single time. Trump confirmed Iran agreed to do what nobody else could convince them to do. Really? Trump reports that Iran has bent the knee and has agreed to never possess nuclear weapons. They've agreed they will never have a nuclear weapon. They've agreed to that. Wow, he repeats himself.
Unbelievable.
Eric Doherty, holy smokes. President Trump just said Iran's leader sent him a present as part of proving who is really in control. The present related to oil and gas arrived today with tremendous amount of money. They gave us a present, and a present arrived today. It was a very big present with a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what the present is, but it's a very significant prize. I mean, do you hear this shit? Do you hear this shit?
Yeah. It sounds like he's just he's playing action figures, and his fans are buying it as a real story, like a real thing happening. He's just making up a storyline. You know, like little kids with their action figures, and they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna be this guy. No, this guy's back to life. No, we're gonna do this," and bang, bang, bang. That's what he's doing. He's playing with toys on the floor, and his fans are going, "Yeah,
he is.
Trump. Get him, Trump!" And he's doing this with the action figures. That's what he's doing. It's humiliating. It's embarrassing. It's stupid. And you can make the argument it's dangerous, but I think Iran's at a point. I like when we look at their response, they don't take any of this seriously anyway. So it's like that's a good thing, right? It's a good thing that Iran is finding humor in this, because if they weren't so entertained, it would be a lot worse for us, I think, if they said, what is this
trolling us?
Yeah.
And once again, power to the people, proud socialists, some great work lately. Breaking in a bizarre press conference, Trump claims Iran is going to make a deal because they got him a nice present. They're going to make a deal. They did something yesterday that was amazing. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. It was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. Don't believe a word this lunatic says. Trump declares victory over Iran. This war has been won. Fox News. President Trump gives an update on negotiations of the war of Iran. I can't tell you. They'd like to make a deal. I mean, you can go on and on. Department of State, Sean Hannity, bomb dropped.
No. Great choice of words there, Hannity. Yeah.
I mean,
it's so disconnected.
I gotta stop.
Okay. Well,
I gotta stop, bro. It's so fucking sad what we're dealing with, Matt. And the people that are sitting there supporting this bullshit. How many of you think are dead? I bet you there's close to 1,000 American servicemen dead. I bet you close to 1,000. Not that I'm cheering that on. It's just, but sick, demented fucks would lie about it.
You're being realistic, because we're talking about the U.S. military bases all around the region. How many of them are stationed there? That's where the targets are. And so, what are you going to do about these military, especially the ones that beyond 1,000 deaths? What about the ones that are displaced? They have nowhere to go. There's a phone number to call, and they're going to get help. No, there's a recorded message. We'll get call back later. Call back later. It's like getting a voicemail when you call 911. It's crazy. So that's where we're at with like all those military bases, and we're talking about bringing more in. Obviously, they've been talking about that the whole time. Why do we need to bring more in? If we'd have like only seven people have died. That's what they told us.
Yeah.
So all of these things are lies. They know that we know this. Iran knows this, and Trump just keeps doing. So I'm going to play this one also from yesterday. It's unbelievable. He actually does sound like he's playing with action figures. I think one of our comments here said, toy soldiers. That's what it seems like. Trump is playing with toy soldiers. Here he goes again. He can be the whatever. I get to be the main guy. I get to be Woody. I get to be right. I get to be Buzz Lightyear, right?
Control of it. Will Iran still be able to control the flow of oil?
Be jointly controlled.
By whom?
Maybe me. Maybe me.
You want the United States to be
Me and the Ayatollah, whoever the Ayatollah is, whoever the next Ayatollah. Look, and there'll also be a form of a very serious form of a regime change. Now, in all fairness, everybody's been killed from the regime. They're really starting off. There's automatically a regime change. But we're dealing with some people that I find to be very reasonable, very solid. The people within know who they are. They're very respected. And maybe one of them will be exactly what we're looking for. Look at Venezuela, how well that's working out.
He ends with look at Venezuela, look how well that's working out. Yeah, nice. That's not a plug, my friend. That's not a plug. But what a joke. I'm going to control it with the Ayatollah. I'm going to control the Strait of Hormuz with the Ayatollah. Yeah. So this is a pretty funny meme that was put out from Iran. This is what we're actually talking about today. This is with laughing emojis. The Strait of Hormuz will be controlled by me and the Ayatollah. And there's a little fake driver's seat in the passenger seat for little kids. Little kids do that, right? They sit in the passenger seat and they pretend they're driving the car when daddy's really driving the car. But little Billy, he can pretend he's driving the car. That's how funny they think this is funny. I think it's good that we're seeing these humorous responses, because it means, again, they're not taking this guy seriously. That's good for us. If they didn't have as much of a sense of humor, I'd be a little more worried right now. But they understand this guy's a complete idiot, just making stuff up like he's literally playing with action figures, saying, I get to be Woody, I get to be, oh, maybe I can be Buzz Lightyear this time. You know, like that's what it looks like to me. But this is pretty hilarious. Pretty hilarious.
And let me say this much on Twitter. I'm glad some stuff got through. I guess they hit a bot farm, and that might have helped. But Elon Musk has been complicit in helping the military-industrial complex promote war propaganda this whole time. I mean, the mainstream media gets an F for their coverage on this one. They were just terrible. And the fact that nobody's calling this out right now, that independent news is laughing at this, because we understand Donald Trump, he just surrendered to Iran. That's what he did. He went to them and begged them, please stop.
Yeah.
But are those Marines that they're shipping in, those people shipping in, are they going to try to refill those bases there in the Gulf states, or are they gone for good? Because I'm wondering what's going on with that. I want to know what the process is moving forward and what Iran's going to agree to.
I mean, we're just out to take this. I was going to say day by day, but it's hour by hour right now. But there's one more in the meantime, while we're waiting to see how this plans out. There is one more message Iran wants to give Trump, and they're delivering it in a very apprentice type of way.
Hey, Taram, you are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The central headquarters of Khatam al-Anbiya.
Did he just give you the thank you for attention to this matter too?
We start with you're fired. If you guys missed it, here we go again.
Hey, Taram, you are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The central headquarters of Khatam al-Anbiya.
I mean, man.
He said, thank you for your attention to this matter, the way Donald Trump said that.
Yeah.
That's fire.
It's pretty good.
They're trolling us.
Yeah. Well, all right. Pasta, anything else you want to share with us before you
Two shows tomorrow. We got a 12:30 Truth Wire, and then we got a 4 o'clock drive time on WBAI. So just looking forward to having a busy day tomorrow talking about this there. I'm sure we'll have a lot of stuff come out tonight. And yeah, man, thanks for having me on. It's always fun.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Okay, take care. We'll see you soon.
You got it, buddy.
Okay.
Peace.
Bye. Craig Pasta, Jardula, everyone. Go check out Truthwire and Drive Time. Great show. He's got every Wednesday radio show. That's the old call-in show, guys. That's that's the old school for those of you who did not grow up in the Instagram age. Yeah, there used to be, we actually listened to radios and called in. So yeah, go check that out. Drive Time and Truthwire. We certainly appreciate all the work they do over on Truthwire. And yeah, we're all in this together, guys. We're all in this independent media space, doing the critical thinking, calling out the bullshit, calling out the power. It doesn't matter where the propaganda is coming from. We don't care left, right, wherever it's coming from. We're here to expose it, to be critical of it, and we don't beat up on each other. There's power in numbers, not in a tribe, but in a community. It's a difference. So let's learn those differences. And if people that you know in your life, in your everyday family, friends, coworkers, any sort of colleagues that you engage with regularly, and you feel like, are they ready? Are they ready for this conversation? Are they ready to start using their critical thinking skills and call this BS out? Now might be the time. They might have uninvited you to Thanksgiving a few years back. They might have, stopped inviting you over for any dinner after the last election, depending on if you a vote not for Kamala is a vote for Trump. Any vote, even staying home from the election, that's a vote for Trump. If you got any of that from people, obviously that's not logical at all. A vote, if you stay home and don't vote, that's a vote for Trump. Who the hell told them that? But again, they might be ready to look at things a little differently. Who knows? Or not. Maybe they've doubled down. Maybe they said, you know what? Look what happened. We told you should have voted for Kamala. Oh, the person that said she would go even harder for Israel than Trump, the person who said, I'm going to do the exact policies that Biden did. I see no difference. And by the way, Biden had all of his critical thinking skills and his cognitive abilities were all there. She also told us that. So, but hey, at least it would have been a woman, right? At least it would have been a non-white woman. That would have been awesome. We could have all gone out to brunch while World War III started Anyways, it would have just been a little more quiet, a little bit more low key, just like the proxy war in Ukraine. A little more quiet, a little more low key, a little more peace and love. That's just the left's just better at doing peace and love. That's all. They remember you gotta put your appropriate flags and symbols on your missiles before you launch them at your enemy. You have to identify what cause you believe in as you're killing people. Because the Republicans, they don't waste their time with flags and symbols and BLM and LGBTQ and any sort of rainbow. They don't waste their time with that. They just shoot the missile and blow up the enemy. Same target, by the way. Same target. Democrats have the same targets, killing the same people with the same missiles. But it's just nice to know that the Democrats do it with rainbows and peace signs because that feels better. Because we're all in this together. Okay, we're going to take a 2-minute and we'll be right back with we have a story we're going to do here on. Oh, yes, we got to cover Tucker. We're going to cover some Tucker and then we will be back after that. Well, we have more show after that as well because we got Jay Scott coming in. We're going to do some World War III watch and some other stuff. And we have We Know What It's Not also planned for you guys. Also, don't forget, talking back with you. We do engage with you. So keep the Rumble rants going if you're able to do that on Rumble. I know we're still picking up some traffic. We still need some little boosting going on Rumble, hopefully. And YouTube, it's slowly but steady climbing. So we hope we're just getting started, guys. We're just getting started. We appreciate all you guys on the chats. Our mods, we really appreciate it. Gabrielle, thanks so much. Leslie, I know you're on there today when you can. We really appreciate it. We're just getting started, guys. It's the Homeless Left, your non-tribal approach to news. We'll see you guys back here in just a few. Go grab a drink, bathroom break, return a text or two, and we'll see you back here in about 2.5.
Asked me to come and make sure you were okay.
Yes, Mike. Yes, I'm alive.
Welcome back, guys, to the Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass. We got some more show coming up right now for you. Welcome, everyone. If you're just joining us, don't worry if you missed the first hour or so. It's all good. You can go back and watch our lives. We keep the lives up on both our Rumble and our YouTube channel. They're there in case you have a bunch of time to kill and you want to watch it in its raw form. We stand behind everything we do. We stand behind all of it. Certainly, we don't expect you to go back and check every single minute, but it's all there. It's all there, and we are proud of that fact. We're proud of that fact that you can go to Rumble and see literally 177 episodes now in their entirety. All there. You click the live. You can click. I think it goes in order right away. So if you just click the live button on the homepage, you can scroll to the very beginning. 177 episodes, all there for you guys. Just so you know. Now, we don't recommend these are the ones you share out with people. You want to get the segments we throw up there that specify particular topics, and maybe those are conversation starters. Maybe those are good for whatever social media you guys share it out on, or just text it to a friend or a family. Say, hey, I thought you'd be interested in this, and let's have a discussion. I want to know your opinion. That's always a good one. That's always a good conversation starter. Is I was wondering your thoughts on this. I was wondering your opinion, and it might motivate a conversation. And so that's it. Target your audience. Be personal. Never do mass texts or mass emails. Those aren't very effective. If you're gonna do mass anything, just do it on your social media. That's the best use of social media, mass posting. But if you want to personalize, send a text. That's really the best way with a link. Say, hey, I thought you might be interested in this, or I was curious of your opinion on this topic. See what happens. You might be surprised what could happen from there. People love olive branches. You stick out an olive branch. Say, hey, I know we haven't talked in a while. Thought I'd reach out. I was thinking of you. I saw this. What do you think? Or we should chat. We should catch up, right? Won't ask how many COVID shots you got. We'll let that one go. We won't talk about that. That's in the past. We did the best we could with the information we had at the time. Won't hold it against you. But you're done uninviting me to Thanksgiving, right? Because I didn't show you my card. Okay, but let's have a discussion. Okay, you guys know. All right. YouTube channel, you guys know it's the THL Presents. You got to type the @ in, get the whole thing. We have a lot of the lives of, we've been shattering some records here in just a year. It's been pretty badass. The last Thursdays, it was our best watched live show ever. We had 117,000 people watched last Thursday. I kid you not. It's pretty shocking. We were surprised. We don't know if it was a one-time fluke. We know we've had other episodes that have done very well in like the 45,000 mark. So we know we've been there. But that was definitely the best one. So we're very, very happy that happened. We don't know why or how. We just try to do the best job we can every week. We tried for consistency and we try to show up every time. We just want you guys to know those are important skills or qualities to have. Consistency, reliability, professionalism. We try to give that to you every time. I hate saying the word try, but sometimes we come up short. I admit it. We're a few minutes, past starting time, things like that. But we do our very best to aim for 100% in those areas because it's that important. So as long as you do the work, good things will happen and there will be ups and downs. We know this. So you guys can apply this to your industries as well, whatever you're working in. Just know it's just about showing up, doing the work. Good things will happen. It can't be up here all the time. There is a roller coaster effect, but you keep aiming for it and you'll see the results. You certainly will see the results as we're seeing here on the Homeless Left. Let's get into the Tucker story. Okay, here we go. You guys might have heard this already, but pretty interesting interview. Tucker sitting down with the editor-in-chief of The Economist. Didn't go so well for The Economist. It seems that, and this is from Unheard, liberal centrists have lost the argument on Israel. Yeah, probably. They're saying millions now have watched the viral exchange between Tucker and the editor-in-chief of The Economist, Zanny Milton Beddoes, over what constitutes Israel's right to exist. Remember when we couldn't even, that was a very, very tough one for us to answer in the beginning. When I say the beginning, I just mean the set-off point for public outcry after October 7th. And we're going to show this to you in a moment here. But yeah, I think Tucker nailed this. The consensus is that Carlson emerged from the clash better than Milton did. She seemed to have stumbled when asked to define her terms. And that's a great follow-up question. What do you mean by that? We should do more of that, right? If somebody throws something at you and it doesn't really, the question doesn't make sense, you can totally ask, hey, what do you actually mean by that? What can you define your terms of that question? Totally appropriate. Worse, commentators across political spectrum have taken the interview as evidence that the establishment media is tone deaf about the conflict in the Middle East. You think? Did it take you until this sit down for you to realize that? Or did this just punch it in for you? Did this just solidify it? I think it might have solidified it. We certainly knew beforehand. But hey, we all get there when we get there. So here it is. Here's the actual interaction having to do with the big question. Does Israel have the right to exist? Ooh, got your question. Here we go.
Are critical of the government of Israel. Do you believe in Israel's right to exist? Would you consider yourself a Zionist in that narrow definition?
What does that mean, a right to exist?
The existence of the political state of Israel as
but
it
has
existed,
a right. What does that mean?
That you think it should continue in its existence as a state right now. So you do not agree with Iran, for example.
Well, let me just ask, since you asked me the question, it's fair for me to get you to define the term so I can answer it. You've asked two questions. The first was, do you believe Israel has a right to exist? And the second question was, do you believe Israel should continue to go on as a nation state? And those are very different questions. So I often hear the phrase... Having
been created as a political entity in 1948,
does it have a right to exist? Is that what you're asking?
So first of all, I want to point this out. The reason Tucker's making that distinction, it's important for him, by the way, it's important for him to make that distinction because he doesn't want to be completely ousted from his inner circle, right? So he has to make this distinction, saying, and not to give it away here, but what he's getting at is that there is no right that one country should have over another. That's just a principle. That is like the obvious baseline here. And it's this radical thing. Oh, he's saying such a shocking thing. He's gonna separate these because he's still gonna say Israel should go on the way it's going on, which is totally insane. So he's only going to give half of the answer correctly, which is the basic bottom line principle that no country should have a right for anything. What's a right? We don't have a right. No country has a right. It has to follow certain rules and ethics and exist in a global stage in a way that doesn't murder and destroy other systems. So a right that means that it's unchallenged. That means it's unconditional, and that's what that's just bottom line shit. And this woman doesn't seem to know how to respond to that basic principle of logic. So Tucker has to go even further here.
I don't want to get hung up on the right. Should it continue to exist? That's how I define narrowly Zionism.
Because the phrase you used was devised by the Israeli government. Of course, does it have a right to exist? And so my question to you would be, what does that mean?
Why don't you answer my question? It's a very simple question.
I don't know what your question is. Are you asking, does it have a right to exist, or do I want it to exist? Do I seek its destruction?
Fine, answer it that way.
Well, of course I don't seek its destruction. I've already said, as you know, because I said it to you, I don't want Israel to be destroyed or have to use nuclear weapons.
We've established that you are in that narrow terms of Zionist. If that's how
I'm in no sense a Zionist. I don't want any country to be destroyed at all, and I don't want people to die, particularly ones who committed no crime, because I don't believe in killing innocents, period. That's the basis of Western civilization. Eastern civilization is a whole different view. They believe in collective punishment. I don't.
So you're in no sense a Zionist.
I don't even know what that means.
And that other line about Eastern countries are about collective punishment. Also, that's for to keep Tucker in the club. He's got to stay at least in his little circle that he's still aligned somewhat with. We got to keep things the way they are. We just got to fix this one little problem first and stop the genocide and stop the killing. But if we can just do that, then we can keep things how they are, because it is better than what the East does. So be careful with that part of it, especially if Tucker does start a campaign for 2028. Be careful with let's get things back to normal, which works very well on the right. By the way, that works very well on the right. That's what MAGA is, right? That's what MAGA is. MAGA is make things the way they used to be. So be careful with that. If Tucker's using language like, I just want things to go back to where they were decent, be careful with that. That's setting him up for a campaign run. But nonetheless, this is an important moment where he's telling millions of people that have seen this now, telling them that is a dishonest question. It's not a simple question. It's a setup question that Israel created themselves to be able to call you an anti-Semite. That's what he's saying. And he's dead right about that part.
It means, why don't you define the term, and then I'll tell you whether I am.
I've just defined it.
What's
you
a
said
Zionist?
that a Zionist, in my narrow term, this definition is that the state of Israel, the political state of Israel, has the right to continue existing.
The right? Where does that right come from? What do you mean? These are like, I'm not being a lawyer about it. I just want to know what you're asking me.
You answer the question.
Because I don't know what you're asking me.
Let's go to the
Wait,
third.
no.
She keeps saying it's a simple question. It's not. It's an effed up question. It actually doesn't make any sense. He's spot on that part. He's spot on. It doesn't make any. What are you talking about? Where does that right come from? He's 100%. Oh, that's a simple question. It's a simple question. Oh, why can't you answer a simple question? No, because it doesn't. There's no logic to it. There's no starting point. There's no. It's just. And it was fabricated by the Israeli government. They created that question in order to shut people up that had critique on the government. That's the whole point. So she doesn't know. So she's kind of stuck in this little. If I just keep saying it over and over, he'll eventually have to answer, right? Well, no, wrong.
I think a lot. You don't want to define your question, and I don't know why. I don't know what you're asking me. I've already said I don't want Israel to be destroyed. I don't want anyone to be killed. And you've said, does Israel have a right to exist? Does it have a? And my question is, What right are you talking about? Does Britain have a right to exist? Does the United States have a right to exist?
There was a world order built up after.
Does Palestine have a right to exist? Oopsie, we forgot that one. How about Iran? How about Lebanon? How about Yemen? What? How about Venezuela? What are all these? I mean, what? Okay, so like, yeah, he's 100%. I mean, but it's such an obvious thing, and it's so infuriating that it takes for Tucker to have this interview to say this shit out loud when we should have been saying this the whole time. And it's so light, it's so minimal. He's not even saying the thing that really should be said. The entire Israeli system, it should all be taken down. The whole thing should be taken. Are you kidding? We're talking about killing people. We're talking about you take the entire structure of Israel needs to not exist anymore. He won't say that. There's no way he would say that. We're saying that the entire thing should go 100%. There's no use for it other than death and destruction. There's no use for the government, the country, the ethno-state, apartheid state of Israel. There is absolutely no function of it other than death and destruction and controlling the controlling elements of the planet. That's it. That's it. But he won't say that. But again, it's so interesting. You can't even say this minimal critique on a question that makes no sense without her. She is literally like self-imploding. She's short-circuiting right now. And that's what people noticed.
1945, which suggested that aggression should not be condoned into countries. Now that countries with borders have the right to intervene.
I totally agree with that.
Okay.
If that's, which is why the first thing that Israel did within 2 weeks of this war starting, which is supposedly existential for them, was take southern Lebanon, take someone else's country, as they have done repeatedly. And no one even mentions that.
And they've continued to flatten Gaza. And they've been taking more parts of the West Bank over and over, murdering people, burning families alive in the West Bank. That's also happening right now. 1 million people displaced in Lebanon, like he mentioned. He should have said the million, because that's just now. That's not over a long period of time. That's right now, in the first 2 weeks. 1 million people displaced in Lebanon. The remaining people that are left that haven't starved to death in Gaza still being flattened, and people that live in the West Bank are being burned alive in their homes, and they're laughing outside their homes because they know they're going to rebuild and they're going to take that property, and they're auctioning off that property right here in Southern California, where we are. They're auctioning off that property right in New York, right now. The West Bank. So that's all of that is happening. So what are we even talking about here? But Tucker is just making such a simple, obvious effing point, and it's this big effing deal to this. This reporter didn't see this coming. She really didn't think he was going to challenge her on her stupid question. Really?
So I guess I would be opposed to that, because I think Lebanon has a right to exist. I thought Gaza had a right to exist. But I noticed that as soon as we started portioning rights, only one country gets them.
No, I did not say that. You're absolutely putting words into my mouth.
So because I believe, here's what I do believe, since you asked. I believe in universally applicable standards. And if they're not universally applicable, they're not standards, they're preferences. That's why I believe in human rights, not ethnic rights. I don't think Jews have more rights or less rights than anyone else. I don't think Christians have more rights or less rights, blacks, Filipinos. I believe in human rights that derive from the creation of people by God.
Well, Tucker, I would say then if you take that all the way, you would also agree with us here that Israel should not exist anymore. We're not saying killing people. We're saying the country, the militant state, the ethno-state, the apartheid state should not exist. If you follow that principle that you said at the end, and that principle, I agree with that principle. So go all in. The reason Tucker can't go all in is because I think he's gearing up for that run, possibly gearing up for that run, or at least at minimal to back that run of the person that'll take the MAGA movement back to what it was supposed to be, which is let's make things the way they were again, right? And that's going to be applied to here, but also to Israel. So let's be careful of the Netanyahu and Trump bad apple theater that you have these two bad apples, that if we just get rid of them, we could get everything back to normal before all those protesters took to the street around the entire globe. And we just got to go back to that, whatever that was. So just be careful about that. But Tucker makes some good points here, and obviously the Economist got some massive pushback. But just to top off this segment, this is the kind of thing, and you guys, this is what the Economist was talking about in that article, that the quote unquote liberal media has lost the narrative on this. The person that represents that the most for us outside of the mainstream media would be Bill Maher. And we talk about Bill Maher all the time, but the way Bill Maher responds to Tucker, and after you see an interview like that, how can you take Bill Maher seriously at all? But he does invoke a possibility of a conversation with Tucker. I would really love to see that, because I believe, and you'll see this clip here in a moment, I believe Bill Maher thinks he could win a debate with Tucker. I think he actually thinks that, and I hope they're in talks right now. But this is what Bill Maher has to say about Tucker Carlson's critique on a foreign government pretending to be our ally. He says, this is his words, not mine. He says it all stems from Jew hate. And he's telling this to his partner in crime at this point, I would say Sam Harris, because they both are these psychopath atheists. Not to give atheism a bad name, but how the fuck are you calling yourself an atheist and you end up being a Zionist? It doesn't, I mean, I get it, because that's the creation of Zionism, but these two are walking, talking, living, breathing examples of how you can present that. These two very opposite things as far as I see, but I guess it can be done, and it has been done in the past, and it's being done right now. So check this out.
To Tucker? I would have to, because he's too influential, and I'm too curious as to my ability to possibly expose what the scam is with him, because it can't be that he really thinks this. What is your assessment of it?
It can't be? Why is that? Have you listened to anything he says? It can't be that he really thinks it. So your assessment of Tucker is that he's lying. Wow, that's quite a claim. How do you make that? How do you make that case?
I'm talking about the Jew hating.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, the Jew hating. What do you think, Sam Harris, fellow psychopath Zionist atheist? Which again, you're giving atheism a really bad name here. But what do you think? Where does that Jew hate come from? Because that's the only explanation.
Oh no. I mean,
is it really just that everybody has this? Not everybody, but so many of the people we. Just never thought of it. Candace Owens and Kanye and Megyn Kelly and lots of these. Is it that the Jew hating was always living right below the surface? It's a little like the herpes virus. You know, you get it as a kid when you get chicken pox. It lives in your body. It doesn't come out.
How is that? That cannot be honest. How is that the extent of your analysis? So it doesn't matter that he's criticizing an actual occupation, military state, ethno-state, apartheid state. It comes from hating of a group. So if it was, again, this always goes back to the question, if it was a different group doing it, you're saying he would be okay with it. If it was a different country doing it, we would be okay with it. Is that how, what? So there's no logic there in that assessment, because you can't even cite an example. If you really wanted to double down on that and make that case, you should try and find something or twist and turn, go flip over backwards, try to find an example of another country behaving that way, and Tucker or Candace or any of these people saying, you know what, it's fine. It's totally fine. They can do whatever they want. But if you look at Tucker's history since leaving Fox, all he's done is apply consistency when it comes to calling out military industrial complex, Greater Israel Project, or any sort of U.S. imperialist psychopath behavior, regardless of what part of the world is happening in. He's been consistent. So this logic of Jew hate is absolutely asinine. And these two psychopaths sitting here representing as two good little goyim representing, or I guess it's Bill Maher's the goyim. Not technically, I guess he's got Jewish family, but there's levels of goyim. There's levels of goyim, right? You have to, if you're either pure, whatever, but there's levels of how you're utilized for something. that you are working for, and you're not even getting paid to work for. I guess you could argue that you are getting paid in a way, indirect way, but Bill Maher's not getting the $7,000 that the influencers are getting, to be clear. Just to make that clear, in case you guys thought that's not it. Something's wrong with his brain here, because he doesn't have to do this. He doesn't have to do this so hard. He could have his show on HBO, and you don't have to be in the street like Susan Sarandon style, which would be awesome if he did, but he would never do that. But I'm saying you don't have to be in the street. You don't have to do this. You don't actually have to do this. No one's paying you $7,000 to do this. This is literally insane.
It cannot come out till you get shingles later in life. And then the Jew hating, just like the shingles. It's the same virus. Is that what it is? Because, like, the permission that people have in the world today to hate Jews openly is so different than even a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. It just it's literally like I hated Jews before it was cool.
Oh, just disgusting. Absolutely freaking disgusting. And he's doing a timeline on it. He's saying 2 to 3 years. What happened in those 2 to 3 years, Bill? What are you talking? What happened? Just hate just became cool? Or were people watching genocide on their phones and they started paying attention? What the hell, man? I cannot get over this guy. Again, he's not getting the $7,000. He can't listen to Tucker having an honest interview. If Bill Maher considers himself somebody who asks good questions to his guests, he's been doing forever. He's been hosting guests with live audiences for years before HBO. He would do Politically Incorrect on ABC. He has a history of rolling his eyes at the most important, amazing people that have been in his presence, and he rolls and he gawks himself at people. People like George Carlin have come through, saying the most amazing analysis and thoughtful critique of humanity, and he's just rolled his eyes at these people. But he's done this for years. So if you consider yourself somebody who's good at this, asking questions, listening to people, why would you not sit down and listen to Tucker Carlson just in that one interview you guys just saw? Just listen to it. Where are you getting Jew hate from? What the F are you talking about? But again, this is the warped mind, and this is what the Economist, the opinion article that you guys saw earlier, this is what they're talking about. They are actually talking about the liberal media Bill Maher represents has lost it, completely lost their narrative. They can't control it. They can't manage it. And they're reduced to sitting around smoking cigars with other like-minded idiots like Sam Harris and talk about Jew hate. I don't understand. I just don't understand. And there it is. Okay, we're moving on with the show here, guys. Yes, we are ready. We are ready for the next wave. Oh, yeah, this is good. I am glad to be bringing in our next co-host for these stories because oh yeah, we're gonna need some help with these. Okay, let's go ahead. Yeah, I think we're ready. We don't need another break. We don't need a break. Let's just roll with it, guys. Let's just roll with it. Here we go. Please welcome back to the show. You know him, you love him, Jay Scott.
What's going on, Matt? Happy Thursday. Sorry for the lighting a little bit off today. Moved into a new apartment. Do not recommend. Moving sucks. So, if you guys are thinking about moving, don't do it. It's been a whole process. But, anyway, I'm back, though. Not going to let a little lighting stop me. We got a lot to talk about. So, excited to be here regardless.
Great, and I think we're okay with you. We get it. Lighting is fine. It's much better. It's not like you have an internet problem because we've had those before, and we've had issues on our system. We have to figure those out. But you're moving in a nice, I guess you say, full bar. You're at full bars, so that's good enough. So we can do it. All right. Exactly.
Sorry to disappoint all of our female viewers today. I know you guys wanted to see me in a better light, but ladies wanted to see me in a better light. Don't worry, it's coming. You should be back up by next Thursday.
Nice.
But, yeah. Ready to get up and rolling.
Hell yeah. Okay. Well, let's do it. I think we should appropriately title this first segment with a little World War III watch. So let's get started. Here we go. It's World War III watch. Let's just face it. It's already started. I'm here with co-host Jay Scott. we're looking at some of the developments when we talk about nuclear weapons, nuclear war. Is that the gateway to the end of the world? All this stuff. We've been covering this kind of thing for a long time, but right now there's so many power players in play, and we're calling today's show overall. This is who is in the driver's seat. So we have to look right now at the Iran war and who actually has the leverage. Who we know that doesn't have leverage right now is Trump. That's been made very clear. In fact, we should just remind you guys of this because we shared this with you guys earlier. This is a meme that has gone out from Iran, and it perfectly embodies what they think of Trump. The idea that he thinks he's driving anything right now. He's literally a little kid in the passenger seat pretending to drive when daddy's actually really driving the car next to him. And that's just a fun little play toy that parents get for their kids. Jay, we consider this, if you're, when your kid gets old enough, you should definitely grab one of these.
Iran has been doing good with the trolling, man. I'm not gonna lie. I'm glad that they're doing that because unfortunately we've been propagandized a lot in the West about like their attitudes, and some people still think of Iranians as terrorists, but they're showing they have a pretty good sense of humor, man. Between like the Lego movies, some of the memes they've dropped, hopefully people can connect like with the actual people on the ground over there and just laugh, through some of these dark times a little bit, and I'm glad that they are able to, make light of it considering the situation. But, it is hilarious because that's exactly, what Trump is doing right now. Like, what control do you have to open the Strait of Hormuz? Like, supposedly the war was first to do regime change, then degrade the nuclear facilities. Now the war is about opening the strait. The strait was open before the war, sir. So, so for you to now sit down and claim it's just about opening the strait, it does, and to also simultaneously claim you're in control of it. I mean, he just contradicts himself, and the Iranians are pretty good at trolling. Gotta hand it.
Yeah, and good thing that they are. Good thing that they have a sense of humor, because if they didn't, we'd be a lot worse off if they were taking everything Trump's saying seriously, and if they were actually angered by this, we would be in a lot worse shape. But they know they can laugh at it because it's just words, it's just tweets. And I think they align with what we do on the show, Jay. They understand that we don't have to take words that Trump says totally seriously. Because they're just words. He's just there. This is the apprentice guy. This is the guy that knows how to get ratings. He just talks. He knows how to get that shock moment to get clicks. That's it. So they recognize that. So I think that's a good thing. But let's get to the actual part of the story, which is we asked this question legitimately: who is in the driver's seat right now? Iran seems to have a lot more control of the vehicle for sure, but it does seem like we're hitting some sort of wall on that. They have these demands that how will the U.S. go along with this? Does Iran and the U.S. need someone to come into play in the middle? We know that we have the situation with Putin. We know that the situation with Ukraine has not finished up in the way that Trump has promised. We know that Putin is sitting on a lot of value right now with his oil and making a lot of money off of that right now because the Strait of Hormuz is closed. So is Putin in a position to go to the table and negotiate on behalf of ending all of the conflict? That's a question that Scott Ritter asked last week on Jimmy Dore, and I thought it was a fantastic analysis. Now we see this is Colonel McGregor going on with George Galloway, and he suggests, in his opinion, that there has already been or there will be a discussion that Putin is having with Iran, where he gives in or he has a discussion with Netanyahu, where he's able to then represent more of a power play when it comes to negotiating this deal with Iran and the U.S. But it starts with what? An ultimatum to Netanyahu. Here he is giving that analysis.
Failure to understand that Gaza is the catalyst for the larger war that's now going to begin against Israel. Every Muslim country is going to come on board against Israel, along with Russia, along with China. I'd be surprised if Mr. Putin doesn't make it very clear to Mr. Netanyahu that if he contemplates using a nuclear weapon, he needs to understand something. If you do this, if you use a nuclear weapon against Iran or anyone in the Middle East, we will use a nuclear weapon against you. I'd be very surprised if he has not already said that. We don't understand what we've walked into because we're not informed. We still think this is 1991. Listen to the rhetoric. I'm ready for peace now. We've made our point. We hope the Iranians understand us and will make peace. Have you lost your mind? The war is now just beginning.
Man.
Yes, it's not the beginning of the end. It's merely the end of the beginning.
Man, this is exactly why we do this segment, Jay, the World War III watch. Let's just face it, it's already started. We're in the middle of it, but it's like it just begun. Like Trump thinks he could just turn this thing off, but here we are. How much legitimacy, Jay, do you see in this prediction or analysis from Colonel McGregor on Putin's role here in negotiating this and then making that type of ultimatum to Netanyahu? As far as
it's an interesting theory he proposes, and if you notice, like his language, he didn't say that, like he thought that it's already happened. He's just saying it's a possibility, and he could see Putin doing that. Me personally, I wouldn't rule it out. I would also consider the fact that it has been shown that there are definitely back channels between Israel and Russia. In fact, if you go back, to the Cold War, Israel was actually selling American state secrets to Russia, and vice versa. So they were actually the go-between between the USSR and the states back then. So there is actually a very big, long-standing relationship with Russia. And if you actually look in Israel, I believe Russian is like the second or third most common language over there. I forget where exactly it falls, but there are a significant number of Russian Jews living over there right now. So, I do agree that Russia definitely has stronger military ties with Iran at this point, but historically speaking, Russia also seems to be a country that definitely places Russia first, and it tries not to necessarily burn too many bridges, and come down strongly in a lot of conflict. So it is possible that they're working with Iran to help restrain them from taking these extreme steps, because maybe they might pull their support. Like if Iran said they're going to go forward, get the nuclear weapon, and then use it, because Russia actually doesn't want the proliferation of nuclear weapons throughout Asia, because it can damage the environment for everybody. So I don't know if Putin has said that. On the other hand, you could also look at it as deterrence, because if Israel knows that there will be serious consequences if they use a nuke, logically speaking, it should make it a lot less likely for them to do it. So again, I can't rule it out, but I would say there do seem to be back channel connections between Russia and Israel, and it's possible for Russia to provide some of this military defense while keeping those back lines open with Israel too. And really quick, this broke earlier. Maybe I should have sent this to you for breaking news too, but I don't know if you caught it. Apparently Ukraine has now just attacked Russia's largest oil refinery, and it was a successful attack, and they're saying that it could do some damage to Russian oil production. So the longer this war goes on, the more it can escalate. And when Ukraine does things like that, it can also derail the peace process that may, be getting started between the EU and Russia. I know we covered that the last time I was on here. So there's so many moving parts. And at the end of the day, I guess, if Russia wanted to figure out how to de-escalate, I don't know. What do you think, Matt? Do you think that would de-escalate the situation if Putin told, Israel, if you nuke Iran, we nuke you? Or what are your thoughts on that?
I think that Putin has leverage from the fact that he's holding all the value of because we're talking about a global oil crisis, a global meltdown economic. So I think that that's his starting point, where he's not necessarily putting himself in a position where he's going to burn any bridges. And I agree with you. He's never going to do that. But he is going to use his leverage to say, I can start dictating terms, because ultimately I might be able to kill two birds with one stone here and get this Ukraine thing done if I position Trump in a position where he can kind of save face, because Trump is scrambling. We're going to get to some of these other clips of him scrambling, not just saying the stupid action figure shit. We're talking about blame shifting. We'll get to that in a moment here. But Trump's in a position where he needs somebody like Putin to come in and be the bad cop, be the guy saying these threats, because Trump can't threaten anything. Putin knows this. So I say putting that threat out there positions him in a power position, and then he can go to Iran and he can talk about, listen, I'm gonna enable the U.S. to listen to your demands to a point. Trump's gonna have to present it to the American people as he got some win out of it. So we're gonna spin it for his sake, so he can hold on to something for his legacy or whatever the hell he cares, because he cares about his legacy, obviously, which he's doing a shit job at right now, obviously. But that's a position he can have with Iran as he puts Netanyahu in his place. And then I would say this on top of that, another reason that this might be being discussed right now by Colonel McGregor is the timing, not just of the entire global economic crisis, but the timing that we're hearing so many hints about.
Maybe McGregor wants him to do it, and by him putting it out there, he's trying to nudge Putin, like, to actually put that threat to try to rein Israel in. And I do think, if Iran did enter a treaty, with Russia and China, and essentially make sure that there's something in it directly for Russia for coming to their defense like that, then it makes it even more likely. So it's definitely a possibility. I wouldn't rule it out, and let's see what happens.
And another option is it's on the table is the Samson option. That's the other thing. We keep mentioning that. It's there. It exists. It's a page in the pamphlet, right? You turn to the Samson option chapter and you'll see it. It's in the doctrine. So we have to remember that, and that might also be a reason why you have to say something like this out loud, even if Putin's not saying it. It's good that at least Colonel McGregor is saying it on George Galloway. It's important. Just get it out there. Just put it out into the hemisphere. That's important. It's important right now. So with that said, let's look at let's look at the Trump blame game that's starting right now. Oh so delicately. Got to start shifting that blame to his greatest, the greatest person of the war, secretary of murder, secretary of death and destruction. Whose fault is it that we're here right now, Trump?
Unfortunately, I called Pete, I called General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people, and I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror, and they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. We can keep going and get that 50,000 up to 55 and 60 is no end. Or we can take a stop and make a little journey into the Middle East and eliminate a big problem. And Pete, I think you were the first one to speak up. And you said, let's do it, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. So we are now having really good discussions. They started last night, a little bit, the night before that.
No, you're not having discussions. And when he turned his head, you can almost imagine Hegseth going, no, I wasn't the first. I wasn't the first. What are you talking about? Like, I'm kind of picturing that. That's kind of funny. But like that, yeah, this is called shifting the blame and just putting that out there, time stamping it at this point so he can then refer back to it when he really needs to. Because now this is out there in the hemisphere, right? It's out there, right? Yeah. That's what's happening.
Yeah, well, his supporters might take it as him sharing some of the credit for this war that is going so well. Maybe they think that that's what he's trying to do. But like, the truth is, if you just look like at the facts on the ground, he claims these discussions are happening. He can't tell us who they're happening with. They suggested it might be that Iranian member of parliament who's been pretty vocal. He denied it. Iran keeps saying out loud publicly, no, we are not in negotiations with America. Trump keeps claiming that they are. And to be honest with you, I do think it's a twofold strategy why he keeps doing that. Number one, to make people think he's making progress because he's trying to continue to convince his supporters that he really is playing this 5D chess. And number two, definitely there's some market manipulation like happening right now. And a lot of Trump insiders are getting super rich at the moment because you're seeing and we have so much to get through. I don't think I sent you this too, but I did come across it on Twitter. There are people placing gigantic bets right before Trump makes these announcements, and then they cash out at the exact right time to profit, maximally off these bets. And Iran has even called him out directly for that, saying that he's trying to manipulate the market. So his inner circle is getting rich. He's trying to delay the collapse of the US dollar, which this is helping drive. And, he wants to keep his supporters thinking that this imaginary 5D chess game is actually happening. So,
if we were underwater and there were these little air pockets, right? Like we're in like some horror movie and we're all being held underwater, and the vessel's going lower and lower, the whatever crash plane, we're getting less and less air pockets. They're maneuvering the plane, the vessel, so they can create a new air pocket and they can all run to it. Let's all take a breath. And then they go back down and we're all holding our breath. And they're like, oh, we're all good. Wait a minute. Your guys are good. You just got fresh air. But how many times can you find an air pocket? So what you're alluding to there, Jay, what you're talking about, every Monday morning, we're seeing this happen. This is every Monday morning, right before the stock's open. He goes, hey, everything's good. And the second he says it, there's like this 2-hour window.
And don't forget,
everyone just get ready, set, go. And they do their little maneuvers.
And don't forget, the war started on a Friday night. He makes these dramatic escalations on Friday nights, which is when the market is closed. So people can sit tight, wondering what's going on all over the weekend. And then he de-escalates on Monday morning before the markets open again. So we're seeing a lot of manipulation of the oil price and of US Treasury bonds. And, it just goes to show you that a lot of these, people in the business world, like, I just find it hard to believe that they're that, stupid that they can take Trump's word, like, for a lot of this stuff. Like, do you really think that Trump is able to just stop this war at this point? If you and I can figure it out, Matt, and, where to regular poor Joe Schmoes, how is it that these filthy rich people on Wall Street with access to a lot more resources than us can't figure out that Trump is bullshitting, essentially? And why is it that Trump, well, I don't want to kill the lead, but, they're asking for hundreds of billions of dollars as, the war is supposed to be winding down. But I think that's another link we're supposed to.
No, we have that queued up. And this was because we covered this last Thursday, actually, when Hegseth went to Congress and said, please, we need 200 billion more. That was ridiculous enough at the time. But now, fast forward after the weekend, where your Monday morning hits, and all of a sudden, we're finishing it up, everything's great. Well, how can both things be true? How can we need 200 billion more to kill more people because it's urgent and we need it now? Like you said, doom and gloom over the weekend. And then how at the same time are we all good? So I guess you're saying, Trump, you don't need that money anymore. Well, luckily somebody asked him this question. Check this out.
President, do you still need $200 billion?
It's always nice to have. It's always nice to have. It's a very inflamed world, and the Democrats inflame it. Largely the Democrats inflame it. Let me just talk about the others. So ICE has done very well.
Oh,
it's the Democrats. Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Sleepy Joe.
This is a joke. This is a joke. This is Alec Baldwin. This is Alec Baldwin doing SNL. This is Alec Baldwin doing SNL, right? They got him back for the because he had all that problem with the shooting the cinematographer, but they got it. He worked that out. They said, "Hey, Alec Baldwin, we need you back to do a little skit on Fox News." Is that what this can't be real, man? This can't. It's good to have.
Doesn't anyone remember No More Forever Wars? He wants to fix the budget, but again, I want everyone to really investigate this claim that Republicans are the fiscally responsible party. And this is by no means an endorsement coming from me of Democrats, but Republicans claim that they're the ones who are financially responsible and Democrats destroy our budget. When in reality, if you actually look at what's happened under Republican leadership versus Democrat leadership since the early 90s with the Clintons, what we've seen is Democratic presidents leave the yearly budget deficit in a lower place than when they found it, and Republican presidents leave the yearly deficit at a higher place than when they found it. Now, the total debt is going up regardless. It's just that it goes up more slowly under Democrats than it does under Republican leadership. So their whole claim about being fiscally responsible is, insane, and it's actually the worst with Trump. He's even more irresponsible than George Bush, looking at what he's done to the budget deficits in his time.
So I'm going to assess this as, and I'm going to compare to the Dems doing this in another way. This is some ritualistic humiliation thing. This is what this is. You take your party and you push them exactly the opposite of the thing that they represent, and you see how far you can get your people to still defend you. This is the thing. So we're watching this in real time of how you can manipulate a tribal mind to still claim, as you said, fiscal responsibility here, even after saying it's nice to have. Are you effing kidding? You know what's nice to have $200 billion for? Healthcare for all, maybe.
Can't afford it, Matt.
For what?
Can't afford it. Where are you going to get the money from, Matt?
Oh, I don't know, because it's nice to have to kill people in the future. We don't need to kill them now because we just won this thing. But I'd rather have $200 billion to kill future people.
Matt,
than
seriously.
Help people now. So
seriously, what's more important? Housing homeless veterans who have mental issues and have, gotten traumatized serving our country. What's more important, that or killing Black and brown people all over the world? Wouldn't you rather kill some foreigners? I mean, they don't speak English. Like, they must be
obviously
people, right?
It's the killing of Black and brown people. That's the more important thing. And besides, if you give the money to the vets, these guys, come on. All they did was sacrifice,
their mind and body for the country and put it on the lines for ideals they thought that they were fighting for. And, let me correct myself. Europeans are being killed now too. Ukrainians are being thrown into the meat grinder. So, Democrats make sure that there's diversity, in the people that are being killed. So it's not just Black and brown people now. We can throw, some white people in there too.
So this is obviously what we're talking about, is the lunacy of still defending your party's values. And the left is guilty of this too, pushing during COVID, pushing against free speech and being okay with it, pushing against bodily autonomy and everyone being okay with it. It's almost like this humiliation ritual of, let's see how far we can get the base to do the opposite of the thing that we take their votes and money for all year long. Every 4 years, we take their votes and money, and by the way, and their hearts and souls, right? Their time and effort, and then we do the exact opposite, and then they still defend it. It's like entertainment at this point for them, and that's what we're seeing here. Because any Trumper defending $200 billion will see it's nice to have. You are officially have been programmed and are ready for action when they need you next. That's what this is. That you are programmed and ready. And this was a training ground, a test. They will do anything we tell them in the next phase. And so there we are. And we only can see this when you get out of both parties. They both push the opposite of the thing that they claim to run on and take your money for. That's what this is. The real cost of debt. Yeah, I'll go to this because you sent me this. The real cost of debt. This is real. This is what's happening. This is from, if you want to break this one down for us, Jay, I got the graph on the next slide.
Sure. So the U.S. 20-year note yield is now back to 5%, less than 24 hours after President Trump said peace talks were underway. The threat of 7% mortgages and $5 gas prices has become a reality. bond markets are saying this war is unsustainable. And just to remind people what that means, the 20-year note yield means that money that the government is borrowing right now to cover its expenses, aka its credit card, the percentage that they have to pay on that credit card is going up. It's supposed to be low because America supposedly has, the best credit in the world because it has the world reserve currency. But what we've seen over the past few years is the cost of that going up. And it's taken a very sharp turn upward since Trump has started this war, because assuming we do get bogged down in Iran, in order for them to actually degrade the ballistic missile program and regime change the country, then balkanize it, which is what I believe the actual goals are, in this war, it's going to be a very long, expensive process. And these long-term investors know what's going on. And I think the short-term investors are just playing along and riding the waves based off whatever Trump says, so they can make money off the volatility in the short term. But the fact that the long-term yield note the long-term note's going up means that investors are demanding more money to trust the US government, because they're believing less and less in the government's ability to pay that back. And these huge jumps that we're seeing, like, again, if you were to pull this graph up now, I'm sure it's changed because it changes every few hours based on whatever Trump tweets on Truth Social. Like we're seeing it drops down whenever he says there's peace talks, and then it goes right back up when those peace talks are shut down by Iran. So, but overall, still the trend is upwards. As you can see, even when it goes down, it doesn't go back down to previous levels. It just goes down a little bit. So it's on a clear trend upwards, despite the short-term volatility.
I mean, this is what we learned in high school math class, that this is not a sustainable system here. There's no, it's going to exponential. It's going to hit a breaking point.
What we're doing, exactly, real quick, what we're doing is we're borrowing more money to pay off the money we already owe. Clearly, that's not a sustainable way to run a country. If we tried to run our households like that, we would have piss poor credit. We wouldn't be able to buy a house. We wouldn't be able to get a loan, and they'd probably take our credit cards away. But because the US government has had the world reserve currency for so long, we've been able to get away with it. But unfortunately, that does seem to be, crashing down. And that's aside from the other cracks that were already in the economy, before this war started. Inflation is an issue. Home loan defaults are an issue. In fact, auto loan defaults have also been going up, which are considered a leading indicator in the economy, meaning when you see car loan defaults going up, that means that people don't even have enough money to keep their cars, and more than likely we're heading into a recession. So if it's already going up before the recession has actually been announced, it's not a good sign of what could come once we're clearly solidly in that recession.
Yeah. All right. Well, there's just another part I want to piggyback on the World War III watch before we move on to the next story. And this part's important because we've been covering Joe Kent here, and it seems that he's positioned himself now in where he's going along with this BS narrative that Trump is working a deal out. If only it wasn't for Netanyahu, who's getting in his way and giving Trump basically this free pass. This is his tweet here. President Trump is working to get peace with Iran. If he can make this happen, it will be a very good thing for our nation and our allies in the Gulf. The Israelis will be against this, but the president is strong and can get them on board. Something that seems a little off about this analysis or about this presentation here, if I have to say, Jay, and I think others saw this too right away. I mean, here's Jackson Hinkle saying Trump is sending 2,500 Marines into a suicide mission in Iran and is begging for $200 billion from Congress to keep the war going. What are you even talking about? And Sarah from DD Geopolitics is saying you are the most obvious op I've ever seen. And here is a more a further breakdown from Angelo, who says Joe Kent the CIA agent, wants us to believe Israel has gone rogue. They want the U.S. to be in a position of plausible deniability so as to allow Israel to escalate its criminal activity. Ultimately, Israel is doing the dirty job on behalf of the U.S., taking orders from the pedo-Epstein coalition. Joe Kent's main task is shifting the blame, as we saw earlier with Trump, shifting the blame. Good USA, bad Israel, while both are equally guilty. Joe Kent, once CIA, always CIA. Don't let them fool you. Jay Scott, what do you make of this? Did you see this coming from Joe Kent? Is this now starting to make sense why he resigned when he did?
If you remember, the moment he came out, I was skeptical. I didn't have all the facts, but I was initially skeptical, when I saw what was going on. I gave him credit for, criticizing the war, and I still think he deserves credit for resigning and being willing to criticize the war. I will give him credit for that. But later that day, as soon as we got off the segment, another old tweet resurfaced from him when he was arguing in favor of killing Iran's ballistic missile program in 2020. That meant that he was even more hawkish than the majority of Democrats and Republicans at that time. And so unless I have like a clear explanation of why your thought process changed and you're calling out all of the parties involved, then I can't really take, this quote unquote switch too seriously. So the fact that he is now pretending that Trump is just being tricked, like by Netanyahu and by Israel into going along with this, and he's not part of the plan, and he's not essentially pump faking to the rest of us to make us believe that he doesn't want to get us locked into a forever war. Like, if you're on the inside and you cannot see that is what's happening, then I really can't trust you. If you're on the outside and you're a Trump supporter and you have other things going on in your life and you don't have as much time to dedicate to studying politics as other people do, I can give you a little bit more of a pass, even though at this point, I think it should be obvious, but I can still give you a little bit more leeway. But if you are inside this administration and you've seen all these things and you still think that Trump is the quote unquote good guy in this situation, then I have to assume that you are part, of this plan, because let's not forget, right? Again, the Vatican has been at the core of a lot of corruption throughout history. So this is by no means going after every Catholic, but this guy happens to be, in a lot of the same circles as General Flynn. In fact, Sarah from DDG Politics, who you just pulled up, had pointed out that, he was involved in a quote unquote prayer meeting with Candace Owens, General Flynn, and a few other prominent Catholic influencers right now. And it just kind of feels like he is part of this op. And I want to remind everyone, if you guys remember the QAnon files, well, one of the things QAnon said that a lot of Trump supporters still believe is that Trump is saving Israel for last. So what that means is that, don't worry, Trump is taking care of all the corruption, but if it looks like he might be captured by Israel, it's just because he's playing 5D chess and Israel is the big boss he has to go after last. So it's going to look like he's a pawn for Israel the whole time. But just remember, this is 5D chess. So I guess Joe Kent could help, perpetrate that narrative by making statements like that.
Well, look, I mean, it's just too far on this. Like, I got to say, look, we've had this debate when we talk about Charlie Kirk. We talk about, I know we've gotten into this major discourse here about who's driving the bus. We talk about who's driving the bus. Is Trump part of this operation when we talk about what Israel's interests were to get rid of Charlie Kirk? And we apply this I'd say that we make a very nuanced assessment of it. We say, I believe, I believe this, that Israel does drive the bus on a lot of this, but you don't give Trump a free pass. This tweet is such BS because you should be saying, if you fully believe that, I believe Israel's driving the bus. What you should be saying is, Trump, Don't be making up deals. Go do one, or tell us that you are unable to because of Israel. Tell us that you need help. Give us an SOS. Blink twice if you can hear us. That's what you should be. You shouldn't be doing cover for this guy and saying, oh, the deal is it's done. I just turned on Fox News. They told us the deal's done. It's Trump did it. Don't do that. That's not happening. There's no sign of that happening. That's a lie. And then that's when you give all the blame to Israel if anything goes wrong, because Trump was honestly getting on phone calls, which we know isn't happening. He's not standing up to Israel. He's not, don't hold your breath, guys. He's not going to be saving Israel for last. That's not happening.
If Trump picked up the phone right now and said, Israel, stop all of your bombing, or we will pull all of our support for you, Israel would have to stop. Just like how Trump could pick up the phone right now and call Zelensky and say, end the war right now. Otherwise, we pull all of our intelligence sharing, all of our support, and they won't even be able to shoot missiles like in a coherent direction. So, like, at the end of the day, I don't believe for a second that Israel is this uncontrollable uncontrollable country that we have to stick by and we have to defend. And, again, like, I really hope that people follow that money and actually look at the powers of centers in the world, because yes, maybe Israel is driving the bus, but I would argue there's an MK Ultra chip that's been implanted in Israel's brain, and there's definitely forces that are controlling Israel.
That's also,
but when it comes to the foreign policy, there is no denying that right now the foreign policy decisions being made are for a delusional greater Israel project idea that has zero chance of actually succeeding. And maybe, you know what? Since all these threats of striking desalinization plants are now being floated, I do have to admit, like, the chance of a greater Israel project somehow being finagled does go up a little bit. Because if you force all the people in that region to leave because you've blown up their desalinization plants, that does, make things a lot more questionable. So we have to watch how this progresses. But, it is scary for sure. It is scary. And go ahead, Matt.
So we'll wrap this segment up here. I just want to ask one question to you, Jay, because we are talking about the bus driving, and that's kind of been the theme all day today is who's driving the bus, who's really in charge here. But we've seen multiple false flags. Obviously, these are done by the Mossad, by Israel. We see them all the time. We cover them on the show all the time. We saw another one here we see one being planned in LA right now as we speak. They're planning one in LA that it looks, Iran has sleeper cells in downtown LA. Yeah, that Larry Silverstein happens to just have bought the U.S. bank here. So we see all that. But then this one actually happened in the UK. And I want to ask you this follow-up here, because Netanyahu, or whatever you want to call him, AI Netanyahu, came out and said that Iran is proving it can strike Europe with missiles. So that means it's time for our allies to fully join the war. Is this something that's being initiated independently by Israel, or is the Trump team in on this? It's hard for me to tell, but it does look like this is something Israel's just doing. And we know this is a false flag, because here you go. This gets checked out. Al Jazeera English reports Iran has denied, and we know that when Iran denies it, you can pretty much take their word for it, because they take credit when credit is due, and then they deny when it's not them. Iran has denied targeting a joint military base of the U.S. and the UK on the Indian Ocean island of Diego Garcia with missiles, dismissing the claim as an Israeli false flag attack. And so and others are asking, is this a false flag? Israel claims that Iran struck on Diego Garcia, and so it proves that Tehran threatens Europe with long-range missiles. But Iran denies it. We did not launch any missiles at the base. UK now reveals the 2 missiles were fired from an Israeli submarine, not Iran. So when we see this type of thing go down, Israel stands to gain. So we look at who gains, right? By pulling Europe and NATO deeper into the war. Iran gains nothing and only increases negative outcomes for itself by targeting a distant base. So who do you trust? The side that benefits from escalation, or Iran? So assuming this checks out as a false flag, my question to you, Jay, is does Israel operate alone in these false flag operations? Does Trump know this stuff is happening? Do you believe it when Trump says, I didn't know this thing was going to happen, and then he changes this later and says, oh, yeah, we knew the whole time? Not this particular incident, but we've seen this pattern of Trump being last to find out things. Does any of that check out? And if it's true that Israel's making these decisions and the U.S. goes along with it, doesn't that give somebody like Joe Kent more breathing room to come up with these tweets to alleviate any responsibility from Trump? What do you think is happening here?
Yeah, I think the best thing to do here is to look at history and look at what Trump himself has said and done in the past. And if you go back to the 12-day war, if you guys remember, we were in the middle of quote unquote negotiating a new deal with Iran, and then Israel decided to launch strikes, and we later jumped in on the strikes. Well, after that whole scenario went down, Trump did come out and say in an interview, or as he was being asked questions about it, that he was the one who told Israel to go ahead and strike Iran, to start that war. So he himself, will speak out both sides of his mouth. But in one sentence and one day, he'll say, Israel just did it. They didn't consult me, but we have their backs because we're their boys. Or on another day, he's going to come out and say, well, I was the one who told him to do it. So what I would do is I would just look at the actual facts, right? The facts are that Israel would collapse in a few weeks if America pulled its unconditional support for the state, because they're a tiny state of a couple million people. They don't have that strong of an army themselves. They have a lot of missiles and they have some fancy equipment, but they can't even really take on Hezbollah, in a ground fight. So they have a tiny army. They have a bunch of money because we subsidize them with a bunch of money. But the moment all that support is pulled, Israel collapses. And when I look again at the real power players in America, yes, definitely Zionists are a big part of that, but the secret societies who founded this country also play a huge role in that. I remind people all the time that the first Zionist Congress was held in the same city where the central bank for central banks is located, which is Basel, Switzerland. And Switzerland also happens to be the country where a lot of these big negotiations and big deals happen, yet they claim to be neutral in both sides. And then later on, we find out that they were playing both sides, like in every war. So there are multiple power players at play over here. I don't think Israel does anything without being told what to do, the same way how I don't think there's a plan behind Trump's madness. So we get on here and we try to analyze what Trump is doing and what he means a lot of the time. But in my opinion, he was put there as a wrecking ball, for the US economy, because I think they're trying to centralize control and they're trying to do a controlled demolition of the American middle class that will force us to accept their programmable stablecoins and disempower us from actually fighting back. So I think that's what Trump is there for. So it's still useful to analyze what he's doing so we can explain it to his supporters and explain how he's not that different from the Democrats, because that's what I think our goal is here, Matt. We're trying to show people that the two-party system isn't working. But at the end of the day, I don't consider Israel to be any different from the Democrats and Republicans, if you kind of get what I'm saying. Now, again, I will say they're probably higher up the ladder in the form of control than, say, ISIS, but I just consider them to be a more powerful version of ISIS for the establishment that has been around for a longer period of time.
Well, we'll have to keep an eye on this one. That was a big one today for World War III Watch, Jay. I think we got a few more stories here. I think this one will be interesting. This one's very interesting. Yeah, let's take a look at Robert Mueller. You guys remember this guy? You guys remember him? Well, first we have to report that, unfortunately, breaking from a few days ago, Robert Mueller, the FBI director and special counsel who investigated Russia-Trump campaign ties, dies at 81. Well, let's see how the president responded to that. Oh, Robert Mueller just died. Good. I'm glad he's dead. He can no longer hurt innocent people. President Donald J. Trump.
Doesn't that kind of encourage political violence, though, Matt? Like, you know, in a way, like they're so sad about what happened to Charlie Kirk, but they can't, and they were prosecuting people if you said anything negative about Charlie Kirk, you know, in that moment in time. But Trump is literally celebrating the death of his political enemy. Couldn't you interpret that as somewhat encouraging political violence, Matt? I mean, I don't know. As the leader of the country, like couldn't you interpret it that way?
Well, I think that's the point. I think the point is to have the Trump this riles up the Trump derangement syndrome team to make that claim. That's the point. That's the distraction. It's to make it be about that's the greatest problem, that it's domestic terrorism, right? We're literally right back to January 6th. That's what this is. Let's not take the bait. I'm not taking the bait on this shit. This is about reminding people what they're supposed to be mad at. While we've seen Epstein files, we're now in Iran war, we're still doing a genocide, all this shit. We're not there's no free speech. We have ICE in every neighborhood. So this is about keeping you in your camp. That's what this is. It's actually very strategic on his part to do this, because it does what Robert Mueller's original job was to do, make us believe that Russia had rigged our election and that Russia is dead set on rigging our election. And that's, of course, Trump is going to quote unquote hate him. Spoiler alert, you guys, Trump doesn't actually hate him. He has no reason to. He does have a reason to make you think he does, because this keeps us in our very emotionally triggered camps where we're talking about domestic terrorism, violence is the biggest problem in our planet right now. That's what this is. Just to be very clear, let's remind people what Mueller, how he behaved. I mean, this is just him introducing himself, but just so if you guys, little flash to the past, because I'd like to relook at this. I'm glad we're covering this. I'm not going to go as far as to say I'm glad anyone died, but I am taking this opportunity to relook, because we always need to take these opportunities. Go back and look at something. You might see it a little differently. This is Mueller when he was assigned to the case. The case of Putin wants to control our election. Ooh.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. 2 years ago, the acting Attorney General asked me to serve as special counsel, and he created the special counsel's office. The appointment order directed the office to investigate Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election. This included investigating any links or coordination between the Russian government and individuals associated with the Trump campaign.
That's quite a task to undertake. Quite a task indeed. And I remember, I'll admit it, I remember listening to this on driving around, listening to NPR. What's the latest? What's the latest? I was like, ooh, this is the big moment. And that's what they always did, right? The Rachel Maddow. This is the day that will live in infamy. This is the day, guys. Mueller's he's gonna blow the lid. And then he wouldn't. And what would happen after that? You guys remember? Mueller wouldn't blow the lid on it because there was nothing to blow the lid on. Then you would hear the push, the feedback on that, the excuses. Oh, he's under a really, like, he's got a maneuver. It's really scary, and Russia's threatening him, and he has to be very careful, but he's giving us little hints. It's the 60 chess playbook, right? Mueller's this genius, and he's maneuvering through the testimony, and he's dropping little nuggets, and you got to see the thing he's not saying. That's the thing. We got him. Of course, as everybody knows, it never happened. There was no, and it's not that Mueller was bad at his job. He was actually perfect at his job, because his job wasn't to find the connection between Putin and Trump. The job was to distract us, to make us think that there was a connection, and particularly half of the country to think that, while the other half to say this thing is bullshit and he's just out to get Trump, which then, again, you get a tweet like this from Trump on Truth Social. It reminds you what camp you're in. Which one are you in? Are you in the Mueller's a hero? Are you in he was literally out there to get Trump? Neither are true. Neither are true. Now, let's look a little closer, shall we, guys? Let's look a little closer at the part we might have missed at the time. The third way of looking at this, with critical thinking skills, not in any of these two camps that we mentioned. So it looks like that Robert Mueller got into office September 4th, 2001. That's an interesting time to do that. Okay. A couple weeks before, or 1 week before something, something weird happened. Didn't involve him, of course, nothing to do with that. So for September 4th, 2013, what happened then? So he was the director of what? The FBI? Wow. How did that go? Did he do a good job with that job, especially in that first week? I wonder, did he do a good job? I guess we'll never know. But this is from Mike Benz. This is important. Bob Mueller ran the cover-up for the CIA during the BCCI scandal. Was the CIA money laundering bank where Osama bin Laden held multiple accounts then from 1998 to 2001. Mueller ran the NorCal DOJ, while 9/11, we'll call them hijackers, but the ones that were listed as the ones with the box cutters, the ones that took down some of the planes with the box cutters and the perfectly unburnt passport, they were actually active there. 1 week before 9/11, he becomes the FBI head, as we saw right there. And then this, could you read this? Because you sent this one to me too. I think this part is important in this. Yes?
Yep. So critics, including the 1992 Senate BCCI report, accused the DOJ under Mueller's oversight of serious shortcomings, a narrow focus on the Tampa drug laundering case, a 1990 plea deal that kept BCCI operating temporarily and created double jeopardy barriers to broader charges. For example, RICO, a timeout in investigations from late 1989 to mid 1991, inadequate resources and support for agents, failure to pursue leads on secret U.S. bank ownership, like First American, lobbying to keep BCCI open post-plea deal, and impeding parallel probes by Congress, the Federal Reserve, and Morgenthau. Mueller defended these as necessary due to complexity, resource limits, and evidentiary standards, but the Senate report called handling sluggish, lethargic, and marked by poor interagency cooperation. Now, BCCI stands for the Bank of Credit and Commerce International. In Whitney Webb's book, they actually, call it the Bank of Crooks and Criminals International. That's one nation under blackmail, and it's actually featured a lot inside of her book because, like was mentioned briefly in that explanation, the CIA laundered a ton of their drug money. In that bank, there were CIA operatives all over it. And one of the people who were actually connected directly to BCCI was, wait for it, Bill Clinton. Now, do you want to know how that happened, Matt? Well, when Bill Clinton was governor of Arkansas, he essentially facilitated drugs coming, allegedly, he facilitated drugs coming into the country for Iran-Contra through an airport in Arkansas that he was helping give special protection to, and he had oversight over. So he blocked some investigations over there. So had the BCCI stones been completely overturned, what we would have found was a lot of corruption in the Democratic Party, a lot of corruption in American politics overall, and in American big business. But as usual, the person who blocked these investigations failed upwards. And he eventually then grew, as the lead investigator on that, he got promoted to become the head of the FBI so he could continue, his investigation cover-ups, after 9/11. So Mueller essentially spent a lot of time allegedly covering for these terrorist networks that were deeply involved in the CIA, and he made sure that they never got caught, while they were operating within the country. So I think that is a pretty interesting look at his background, and I'd really encourage everyone to dive more into what happened in BCCI because it really showed you how deep corruption runs in the country, and it tied essentially our businesses and politicians to drug dealers and terrorists all over the globe.
Well, again, looking back at this, and we didn't know this at the time. A lot of this we didn't know. We just thought there was the two camps, right? There's the what side with the good guys and the bad guys, and then the other half of the country was on the other side of this. But just looking closer at the timeline, and like this is, I appreciate, like you sent this to me, Jay, and you guys watching right now understand this: the entire Russiagate hoax wasn't just to divide the country and keep the attention on an outside entity to delegitimize Trump and then keep this domestic terrorism thing going. There was another thing at play as well, which Mueller represented. And looking at this now, I cannot believe I'm realizing that we should have guessed this before. But I like this post from Dot. It says, Doug, Robert Mueller was investigating allegations that the 2016 Trump campaign transition offices were actually Israeli agents. It all makes sense so much more now. We have been lied to and misled about absolutely everything. And this is an old article where I guess I missed it at the time, but this is like Robert Mueller's Israel problem. And this might make sense why he was so tongue-tied all those times in the proceedings. As the Mueller probe drags along into year 2 of its supposed investigation into Russia meddling in the 2016 election, a disturbing pattern has emerged. The special counsel has become obsessed with the state of Israel. Obsessed, or has Israel become obsessed with them? Who knows? But this is the part that nobody talked about in the mainstream, obviously. Neither side did. The former FBI director is deeply suspicious to the point of total paranoia that there is a grand conspiracy involving the Trump campaign and transition officials as potential agents for the Israelis. So why was this deliberately left out? I mean, we know the answer. Just like we knew at the same exact time in 2016, 17, 18, we knew about the Epstein files, and the media deliberately left it out. The FBI deliberately left it out. And we had these charades going on about investigations that weren't really investigations. So there was this larger thing being protected at the time, and neither side was talking about, because both sides had their talking points of what to be mad at, specifically to zero them in on what they thought the thing of the day was for them to fight. And overall, this conversation wasn't happening at all, because everybody was nicely in their little camp being mad at the thing they were told to be mad at. So it's interesting to see this now, that there was more going on. And it does explain why he was stuttering a lot and not being able to make full sentences. It wasn't because he was afraid of Putin, right? Let's just be clear of that. That's not why. But people said that on the left, that they said he was afraid of Putin at the time.
Yeah, agreed. And for those who don't realize it, Steve Witkoff, for example, does do business, in Russia. I believe he's actually of Russian descent, so he speaks Russian himself. So if you look at the amount of power that Steve Witkoff has been given, he has ties to both Israel and Russia. And like I mentioned before, there are definitely a lot of Russians in the state of Israel. So you can easily see why the investigation into Russia may have also tied in, Israel to an extent too. So now the truth is, I guess I have some questions even about, how maybe the truth is that the Zionists were always part of the establishment, and there are different factions of power within the establishment. And yes, Zionists have taken more power recently, and Robert Mueller was trying to investigate exactly how deep it got and maybe try to rein it back, just a little bit. So that could be a little bit about what we're seeing, because again, if you look at the number of ties between Israel and 9/11, you had the dancing Israelis, who were going on tours, in Israel after they were released from jail, essentially admitting that they had prior knowledge of what happened on 9/11. So it's impossible to, and of course, you mentioned Larry Silverstein just now, he bought those buildings. We've seen now all the gaps in time.
$94 billion in fire insurance.
Exactly, fire insurance. And now we see the gap in time of the Epstein files coverage. They won't release any Epstein emails around that time of 9/11. So you can't really cover up 9/11 without covering up, probably, in my opinion, some Israeli and some Mossad infiltration. So he should probably be pretty familiar, like with Israeli infiltration into our government. So maybe there was an attempt to rein in some of that Zionist influence. Like, who knows, what was really going on there. But it is interesting that, Zionists did seem to have a problem with him, despite how much he seemed to have helped cover up for some of their crimes in the past.
And you know what? Maybe give him a little credit that even that he was having those discussions at the time, none of us knew it because the media they weren't helping out at all. We didn't have podcasts going on like this. I mean, if you were starting off, I honestly wish we had done it as soon as we saw Bernie was a hack. We should have been like, boom, we're doing a show. We should have, but I could have. We're here now, but
playing
like
catch up.
Yeah, playing catch up. But or let's just say this: we're here now. We're moving forward. We're like Obama, right? We do our podcasting forward. We don't look back. We look forward. Okay. So again, but here we are. But like, no, we give him a little credit, a little bit, because maybe, just maybe, that just having those conversations that he was having behind closed doors about Israel, trying to capture the Trump team in the 2016 administration, maybe they came up a little short. Maybe we can see that difference. We can see a difference between Trump term 1 and Trump term 2. We can tell right away that the capture from Israel is 1,000 times worse. So maybe there was something a little. I mean, yes, the Jared Kushner thing. Yes, we know we see in the Epstein files. There's definitely that, but you don't have.
They bailed him out. They bailed him out in the early 90s. The Rothschilds did bail out his failing businesses. He was mentored in those organized crime networks between the Italian mob and the Jewish mob and the Italian mafia. So, he does have long-standing ties to Zionism for sure. So I would say, just like Obama's first term was slightly less terrible than his second term, we saw the same thing with Trump. So let's see. I do think it's interesting that we are getting more information that he may have been trying to rein in Israel. But again, I would just urge people to consider what I was saying before about the impact of secret societies on our country too, and recognizing that just because he's cracking down on one faction, it still also doesn't really make him a good guy, unless you're going after the root of the problem. But you got to give people credit, for even cracking down on, one side of it. So
yeah. Well, I think we're going to save this little. I know you gave me the little Obama thing. I think we should save that. It's just a little too much right now. It's a little less. We'll do. You know what? We'll do an Epstein follow-up next show. We'll just save it. But
well, that one wasn't from the Epstein files. And the reason I got sent that, was because I was pointing out how it looks like maybe Obama may have had a hand in trying to investigate. Because if he appointed Mueller, and Mueller tried to investigate how much Trump was controlled by Israel, then you have to ask, did Obama nudge him in that direction? And essentially, Commander Honey Buzz, I think that's his name, he's one of our best, viewers over here. He sent me that email essentially proving that Obama was in that whole pizza, scenario. But that wasn't from the Epstein files. That was from a prior WikiLeaks.
No, it is. It is from the Epstein files, but we had it before. But it's
that was included in the DOJ Epstein files. I thought that was.
But they're reprinted because here's the thing. So WikiLeaks put out the Hillary Obama Pizzagate stuff. Do we want to look? Do we want to get in this? Is this you want to tag this on now? Because I got it right here.
We might as well. We already spoke about it a little bit.
We're talking about, and shout out to Commander. By the way, I think this is because he's got a few different names, and we do know him as Citizen on here. So he's a good, definitely a big supporter of the channel. So we appreciate him doing that work on Twitter for us as well. So let's just throw it out here, and we're doing our best to put pieces together. Even though this information was available back then, it was. So we'll start with this. This was just a question asked by not a number. Obama spent $65,000 on pizza. It's in quotes. It was actually hot dogs, but we'll get to that. From Chicago for a private party in the White House, which A-list star would have supplied the pizzas. I mean, how many people were involved in this? A lot of people had to be involved for this to happen. But let's break this down. So this is actually from the Epstein files that some of them were re-released during that 3 million drop. But this was an email sent in 09. The title get ready for Chicago Hot Dog Friday. And we know the terms, and this is FBI lingo. We didn't make this up, but hot dog is the code for boys, little boys, right? Just so you guys know. And pizza is the code for, I believe that one's just children in general. So when you say pizza hot dogs or pizza dogs, you're talking about little kids, and dogs specifically are the little boys. And again, this is not us. This is FBI codes that they use too. So they all use they're communicating with this stuff because they had all this. They had all this in 2016. They had all of this, all of these emails. So I think Obama spent, this is the $65,000 of taxpayer money flying in. And this is pizza dogs. This is for a party. I guess it was food, or it's not food, or whatever you think it is, from Chicago for a private party in the White House not long ago. Assume we are using the same channels. So this is a regular occurrence. This isn't a one-time thing. This is, hey, are we going to do the thing like we always do? The guy's name is Don Kuykendall. Do we have a background on him? But apparently he sent this in May of 2009. This is the Chicago Hot Dog Friday. And I wanted to throw this on the end so you understood that WikiLeaks had this already. WikiLeaks, this is one of the things that Julian Assange was in trouble for, because he released an email from Hillary saying, hey, Barack, we had this pizza arrangement. I thought we were going to be more careful on this. Operating from the White House is not what I originally had in mind. Remember that the hot dogs can come, but you if you make a spectacle of it, that'll be our downfall. Please know I'm speaking as a friend. You are the president. You can do what you like, but I have to say, I think it would be wiser to restrict this activity to our predetermined locations. Let me know what everyone thinks. We can vote on it if you like. Thanks. So this stuff is already in. We already had all this, Jay. I don't know if this has already been out there. Just throwing it out to you. But you're saying that the Mueller connection here is that Obama. How would he? I don't understand this. You have to control your FBI. You have to get them not to do investigations, right? Go after Epstein. Go get him arrested, but don't look into anything else. Keep everything else hidden, and then come up with the Pizzagate conspiracy theory QAnon thing, which was a CIA fabrication. They created that so it would brush everybody aside and make everyone look loony. And they started talking about Hillary Clinton running a child sex trafficking ring from a pizza joint. That became this joke, right? That was like a joke, like that you would think that you were crazy. That was how they dismissed it from the public eye back then. But the FBI knew about this. Obama obviously had stuff to hide. But what do you see the connection here between Obama and Mueller, knowing that Mueller had access to this as well? Obviously, what's your take?
Well, it could be one of several things, right? One possible explanation is that Obama wanted to shed the chains of the people who had the blackmail, on them maybe, and he was looking to bring some of them down. Another possibility is maybe, I personally believe Zionists are not at the top of the chain, and they're not the only ones who were running, these pizza parties and these hot dog parties. So maybe Obama was doing these pizza parties at the behest of a different group, and then he was investigating. He sent Mueller to investigate specifically a Mossad group that was doing it. So there could be competing factions who have blackmail, on different people. So there's several different ways it can go. But long story short, I just wanted to cover that because, if we're going to give Mueller credit for investigating some of the Israeli control, we also have to ask, well, why didn't he, dive deeper into some of these operations? Because some of those people, in that email, the one we originally showed, they were also, Zionists too. I believe that guy whose name started with a K, as well as like Eisenstein, both of those were Zionists too. So it's all really confusing to me personally. But, I do think it's interesting that they say Israelis were uncomfortable with some of Mueller's investigation. So, this is something we should continue to look into. Maybe we can do a deeper dive, on the next show. But I just wanted to start people down that rabbit hole because, we need to get more people like sending us stuff like that. Like I do my own research, but, like I mentioned, this came to my attention because Commander sent it to me. So if you guys are watching the show right now and you have stuff you want us to look at, send it to us on Twitter. My handle is right down there, or you can send it directly to the Homeless Left at the Homeless Left on Twitter. So tell us if there's other parts to the story that we should be covering too.
Well said, Jay. Let's do the last one here before we let you go here. This one, this is a big deal. This one, this is a pretty huge deal because we've been seeing this coming for a long time. We're calling it lockdowns 2.0. And of course, that's always been on the table since the first one. We said they're setting us up for another one. When's it coming? What's it going to look like? What's the new disease? What's the new thing? Calling everyone. We're all in this together. What's that all? What is the next? We're all in this together. What's it going to look like? It looks like we're in it now, or at least the foundation has been set. And the thing we're all going to be in together here, Jay, the thing it is the energy crisis, the global energy crisis. That's the thing. So it's time to get out.
Short-term pain for long-term gain.
Short-term pain for long-term gain. We're all in this together. 2 weeks to flatten the curve, whatever you want to call it. So everyone's got to do their part, except for the elites on top. They don't have to. They showed us that was okay. We justified that. Everybody, oh yeah, of course. If you're Gavin Newsom or Nancy Pelosi, you can do things that others can't because you're the people in power. So we love that. We love giving our jailers get bonuses that we don't. They get privileges we don't. Prisoners have to be in chains, in masks, or whatever you want to call it. The people keeping us in the chains and the masks, they have exceptions to the rule. That's how it works. So what does this look like? Well, let's start from this drop. This is a big deal. This is lockdowns 2.0. I like this graphic that was put together, but this is the breakdown. So what happened was the IEA, they have now just published an energy lockdown playbook, which we're calling lockdowns 2.0. So this is the International Energy Agency. They released a 10-point plan telling governments, this is around the world. This is not just one part of the world. This is everywhere, just like COVID. They're telling governments to restrict driving, ground flights, force remote work, and ban gas cooking. They call it, get ready for this one. This is a fun one. Sheltering from oil shocks. Ooh, that feels good. That feels nice. Like I feel good. I feel like I'm part of something, like a human experience. We're all doing this together, yeah? So read it again. Yes, sheltering from oil shocks. So here's the plan. Number one, alternating driving days. What? Yeah, based on your license plate number. Oh, there it is. So we're all in a system. How are they going to get us in that? They already did that. We're already in that system. Okay, so odd plates drive Monday, even plates drive Tuesday. Countries are already implementing this. What? Yes, they are. It's not a suggestion. It is an architecture of a permit system for moving, like a social credit score. This is an energy movement or permit moving score, system score, whatever. You can call it a lottery, or your number came up. You also can get, obviously we know how this works. You can get docked and fined. And hey, guess what? This Monday, we're going to skip your license plate. You did some bad thing on social media.
Well,
so you don't get yours.
Yeah, and don't forget, Matt, you know, I don't know if we had a chance to cover this or not, because again, there's so many stories, but now I believe Congress just passed a new rule. I don't know if it's been signed yet, but by 2027 or 2028, all new cars made at that point are going to have technology built in to like scan your face. So if you're tied to a specific license plate number on a specific car, and you get in your car on one of the dates that are unapproved, then they may just instantly deduct it from your bank account, because by that point, they probably will have rolled out some of their test CBDCs or programmable stable coins, I should say. So if your money is in one of these stablecoin accounts that Trump gave you, because that's the only way you can feed your family, and you get in the car on an unapproved day, maybe as soon as you click your seatbelt, the money just starts draining from your account because, you know, you were unapproved.
Yep. Get it, guys. New lockdowns equals ride bikes to save gas. I mean, we do our best. We want to get exercise. We want to ride bikes. We want to, you know, have the least amount of participation in this.
The government just cares about us, Matt. That's the reason they're doing this. They want us to be healthy, and they're doing this because they care about us. That's
appreciate it for sure, and that's how we got to do it. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Let's look at the next points on this list. Oh wait, did we forget number 2? What happened to 2? You know what? Hold on, I got to figure out why I'm missing number 2. That's a shame. Let me just give me a second. I'm going to have to. Damn it! Where did it go? Okay, let me pause because I want to edit this in when we throw up to 7, because you guys have to be able to see all this. Okay, number 2. Okay, I'm gonna edit this in the thing, so I'll just say it and then I'll put it up on the screen when we throw this up. Okay, so number 2 is mandatory speed limit reductions on every highway, not safety. Fuel rationing by another name. You can still drive, just slower, less often, and only when the government says your plate number qualifies. So it's basically piggybacking off the first one, but also saying that even when your number comes up, you still have a certain amount you're allowed to use. So that's going to definitely affect distance driving, things like that. Because like you said, Jay, it's the ability for them to monitor how you're driving. Even though your license plate came up, hey, it's your day, it's your Monday, it's your day today. Well, they're going to monitor you throughout that day. Obviously, they're already doing that. We already know where people are at all times in the GPS, but the gas being used, there's going to be a limit. That's what we're talking about.
I mean, if you were interested in, you know, driving to DC or in your case, Sacramento, to maybe protest something the California government is doing, then that's going to give the government a lot more time to prepare, right? For the protesters, if there's a speed limit on how fast everyone can go to get there. So, you know, they're just doing everything they can to, you know, exercise more control and I guess see how much they can get away with. So
exactly,
yeah, that's where we're at.
Moving on to number 3, avoid air travel where alternatives exist. Do you think
Bill Gates is going to give up his private plane, Matt? Do you think?
No, this is the point.
Okay.
We've already conditioned ourselves that we give a little breathing room for the people running things because they have a hard job. And they need to go. Right. They have it's hard to run things during COVID. It's going to be hard to run things during this too.
He offsets his emissions. I remember they asked him that question. They're like, hey, Mr. Gates, like you talk a lot about climate change, but your private jet, you know, does seem to be really inefficient because it's carrying just you alone and it puts out all this pollution into the atmosphere. And he says that's okay because he pays for trees to be planted or something like that to offset it. So it is pretty hilarious when you look at their justification for how they act.
So it says the IEA doesn't define what qualifies as alternative. A 12-hour train ride, perhaps a video call. The ambiguity is the feature. So it's not gonna. It can be whatever it needs to be at the time. That's what makes it work for them. They can control it because it's not. The verbiage doesn't really make effing sense. It's
and you know, it's not even like we have that option in America really anyway. Like the train system over here is not nearly as comprehensive as, you know, the train system in a lot of places in Europe or Japan or China. Only a few cities have like, you know, really good subways. So they say this like it's a realistic option, but we don't have a great train system in America.
Yeah. So the next one is one that we already know about, but they're just accelerating it. And they have an excuse to. That's the point. This is the one they were waiting for. Was it going to be monkeypox? Was it going to be this? So we've been looking at all the different attempts to make lockdown 2.0 happen. This looks like it is it. This is going to be the global energy crisis that pushes this one into full gear, where they were going to electric from gas, and this is going to put a lot of for sure a lot of small businesses out of business. You have the Amazon factor. We already have this issue in California with the gas lawnmowers. Those are now illegal. So if you're running a lawnmowing company, you're screwed. So Amazon's going to be the way to do everything, as we know. So this net zero by 2050, which is a total scam. This is just more ways to shut down small businesses and have everything be electric, pretending it's an environmental reason and that we're all doing something to save the planet. They're still going with that garbage. Number 5, this is direct from the 2020 playbook. We've been warning you guys, even people that said, yeah, COVID sucked, the lockdown sucked, everything sucked, but at least the silver lining was that we all learned to work from home. That's great. No, that's not a functioning society when we're all locked in our own cubicle in our home. That we don't own. That's not progress, guys. It's not. So when possible, and this is being implemented right now because we're already used to it. We already learned how to do this where possible. They locked us down in 2020 in a world and called it public health. In 2026, they are locking us down, locking down movement, right? And calling it energy security. The template is identical. Only the excuse has changed.
Yep.
And here we are. The IEA, their own net zero roadmap, calls for personal behavioral changes modeled on COVID compliance. They said it out loud. COVID-19 has increased general awareness of how behavioral changes can be effective. In other words, how we can control the masses. This is not crisis management. This is the beta test for a permanent energy credit system. Restrict supply, ration access, digitize compliance. Repeat.
You know what pisses me off the most, though, Matt? You know, I don't want to dive too deep into the conspiracy rabbit hole because I know, like this is probably just going to sound crazy to some people, but like Donald Trump's uncle, John G. Trump, was the guy who helped the FBI cover up the Nikola Tesla files. He was a scientist that was given all of Nikola Tesla's work. And one of the things that Nikola Tesla was rumored to have invented was free energy that was actually based like on the pyramids of Egypt. So, you know, he was supposedly, you know, developing a system of free energy that was suppressed at the time. And Trump's uncle actually helped cover that up. So when you look at the deaths of people who come up with like serious solutions to our energy crisis, there have been multiple inventors that have figured out ways to make gas engines literally run on water, and all of them meet like an untimely death. And I don't know if you remember, but there was a mass shooting once of a store in upstate New York where supposedly some, you know, crazy racist white kid had driven all the way up to New York to go to a neighborhood in that part of New York to go shoot up a black grocery store. And the security guard at that grocery store had been doing demonstrations of engines that ran on water like recently. And he was one of the people who died. So they have been suppressing solutions to this energy crisis for a very long time. So all of this is manufactured. We don't have to depend like on oil. We could be using other energy resources. And part of the FBI and CIA's job is to make sure that they control what scientific advances actually do get a push, because they're really there to protect corporate interests and to keep us all enslaved. And one of the best ways to do that is through controlling energy, because energy is such a key part of all of our lives. Controlling the food and controlling the energy. If you can control those two things, then you can control most of humanity.
Yeah. Well, let's follow it up, this story, with this one from Z Media Official. I was literally telling somebody yesterday that because the Great Reset wants to reduce travel, and any future travel will require compliance with the BEAST system, the goal is to privatize the TSA so that a private company can get away with denying your freedom of movement in a way government never could. We saw this goal announced last year. I said to this person that the government shutdown resulting in airport disruption in the US was happening at a very convenient time for the Great Reset right now. I also said that very soon we would see big tech offer to privatize the TSA to save travel, which would allow for the transfer of power over travel to a corporation aligned with the BEAST system. Less than 24 hours later, Elon swoops in to save the day. Pretty much everyone in the comments is cheering. Very few truly understand how those publishing the reset operate and how they will achieve their goals. Big tech already determines our right to speak. Soon, they will determine our right to move. And there's Elon's tweet that everybody is loving. 32 million views on this at the time, the screenshot. Wow. I would like to offer to pay the salaries of TSA personnel during this funding impasse that is negatively affecting the lives of so many Americans at airports throughout the country. What a hero. He's one of the good billionaires, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's one of the good billionaires.
He's cool. You see his new profile picture where he's a cartoon smoking, right? Doesn't that look cool, Matt?
Oh my God. This guy's
He's just like you and me. He's just like you and me.
None of these guys, they're all psychopaths. Every billionaire. I cannot stand this good guy, bad guy, billionaire bullshit game. They're all bad. Every one of them. Why do we know that? How do we know that for sure? We know it for sure because you can't become a billionaire unless you get government assistance and corporate I guess exceptions from law. So you're breaking the law with protection from government, and you're getting funded by government programs, and you're then being controlled by those governments in order to then go around pretending like you mastered the American dream and everyone should be looking up to you while you do the bidding of those governments. That's it. That's the only way. There's no other way around it. You don't work extra hard.
I'm sure there are some billionaires that didn't get there through corruption, but overall, the majority of them probably. I'm sure they're probably
multimillionaire.
Couple,
Yes. Multimillionaire. Yes. Multimillionaires can be philanthropists, generally give back, use their money for good. Multimillionaires can do that. No, billionaires cannot. It's not mathematically possible. They're only give any example. I'll tell you, Jay, any one of these guys. I'll tell you, this is like take Larry Ellison. We know it's all Israeli spy tech. That's all it is. Elon is all government NASA shit. All of it. Yeah. Bill Gates, we know all that.
Yeah.
We know that.
Again, I can't think of one off the top of my head. I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking, I'm sure there are a couple out there, that aren't bad. I just don't know who they are, but I'm sure there are.
They did it on their own.
I don't know. Like, I wouldn't say they did it on their own, because you definitely have to, do some business to do that. But maybe not all of them are child predators. Maybe that I can give them. Maybe they're, I'm sure all of them aren't doing that. Maybe there's different levels of evil, and maybe all of them aren't too bad.
So
I don't know.
They're doing the bankster, like the gangster banksters, right? They're the banksters without the pedophilia, perhaps.
Maybe. So
maybe.
Who knows? I'm not saying it's that much better, but like, as a rule, though, I don't want to say they're bad, but what I would say is that I just don't think it's an efficient way for society to allocate resources to allow single individual people to accumulate that much money when there's so many problems in the world that money could go to, because I don't think you need over $1 billion. Like, you can live a happy life with 900 million. I don't think you need that full $1 billion. That's just me personally. At that point, maybe us poor people compete over who gets the most expensive bottle, like at the club. They're literally competing about who can buy the biggest island, or who can buy the biggest super yacht and all that. And
all of that is true.
It's just not an efficient way to allocate resources.
All of that is true. I'm just suggesting, Jay, that we don't even need to make. I mean, if you want just to have the safeguard in place, to say, hey, once you get to 999,999, anything else after that should automatically go back into society, into the fundamental function of the planet. That's sure. But I'm saying we don't need that safeguard if we eliminate the corruption part. You can't be a billionaire. There's no way. I'm telling you, name any one of these guys. We were lied to about all of them. We were lied to about Zuckerberg. We covered that. You missed the Facebook movie is a complete sham. It never happened. There was no dude who was trying to impress a chick in his college dorm that set up a thing, and I got to see a rating system for girls, and that'll get me laid. Oh, wait, this rating system blew up. Oh my God, I got something I didn't realize. What do I do? Oh, I'm going to fuck over my friend. And then none of that happened. Facebook is a government contract. It was given
founded the exact same day the Total Information Awareness Program was shut down. Was that? No, it was something else. LifeLog. The
LifeLog was shut down the exact day that Facebook became Facebook. It was so the tech was transferred right over to Zuckerberg. He was hand selected to be the billionaire that busted through and worked hard, and he had to be a dick a little bit to be a dick, effed over his friend, but worked really hard and proved to the girl that he was worthy of sleeping with her. And now we have Facebook. No, it's a government operation. He's not a legitimate billionaire. It's not a thing. It's never a thing. None of these tech guys, the Peter Thiels, we know all this. It's all in the Epstein file. These are hand-selected people. You put the former Israeli military or former Israeli prime minister sticking with Peter Thiel, create a board of directors as Epstein told us. Let's get you guys together. Let's create this wealth. Let's create it from scratch. Let's use government and military technology, and we'll throw it together and create this Silicon Valley technocratic PayPal mafia clan. These guys didn't work harder than everyone. They were hand selected by governments with spy technology, surveillance state shit to become these billionaires. You're not going to find one of them that did it on their own. It's either passed down from royalty with family, royalty, whatever, UK, whatever you want to say, old school, or if
they're there for a purpose. Yeah, I mean, you make a strong argument, and I would agree with you. It's probably like that, for the majority of them. I just can't say that it's impossible for good ones to break in there. So I'm sure some real estate guys could do it. I know there are some people who are, well, I guess even the ones who are engaged in science are probably getting some government contracts on the way over there, and it's probably being used for defense or something to control humanity. So but yeah, I mean, hypothetically speaking, I'm sure they're out there. Maybe that'll be my homework, my ongoing homework, Matt. I'll try to find a billionaire who did it honestly. I'll come present the case to you. So
I would love to
see some ongoing homework. So
the best example you're going to get is the casino investments, because we know how the casino you are able to get. They turn their head. They let you do all your breaking of all the laws in order to obtain your wealth, and then you owe them favors, and you have to do their bidding on a larger scale.
Well, a lot of them were started by the mafia, so that's organized crime, and
organized crime. That's how you get.
And then they have ties to the intelligence agencies too. So is it that much better? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. But there it is.
Yeah, but anyway, Matt, on that note, let me get out of here. Great shows always. Appreciate all the work you do. If anyone is tired of the system we have that is oppressing us, I just encourage people to, look into decentralized ways we can reform the system. Just check out www.wtpnational.com. That's for a decentralized third party that brings people together on common ground and takes the executive power away from a small executive committee and distributes it to all the members in any, affected constituency. So, appreciate you as always. And if we missed anything today, make sure you find us on Twitter and send us what else we need to talk about. You can find me at JS Ascension on X, and obviously send all the information to me and the Homeless Left directly at the Homeless Left. So on that note, take it easy, Matt. I'll catch you later.
Thank you so much, Jay. We'll see you next time. Okay. Jay Scott, everybody. We are still going strong here on this Tuesday afternoon. Guys, we got another little bit of show left for you, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back in just a moment with Talking Back. That's right. We're going to be hearing from you guys. I know we got some super chats on there. We're going to get to those right away, actually. And we also have, I think I'm going to make sure if we have any Rumble rants, get those in there now, guys, and we'll get to you guys in just a moment. We'll go ahead, take a little 2-minute. We had that zombie AI, what was it, Huckabee and Netanyahu. We'll replay that one for you guys, because if you missed it before, it's kind of funny. So go ahead, grab a drink, get yourself a snack, or, quick, whatever you got to do, bathroom break, and return a text or two. And we'll see you guys back here in about 2.5 minutes for more Homeless Left, your non-tribal approach to news.
Asked me to come and make sure you were okay.
Yes, Mike. Yes, I'm alive.
All right, we are back. I'm just setting up. We'll take a few minutes with you guys. I know we're running along as usual. We do have another, or we're at least going to do one more segment after this. We might do 2, depending on how we feel here. We might go for 2. We're definitely going to do at least one more after this. But let's go ahead. Let me make sure I got the right banners up here. And yeah, I'm running all the tech. Just so you guys don't know, I'm running all the tech on my own here today. And we've been known to do an entire show one on all of you guys before, so we can do it when need be, but also a team is good to have too. So we'll rotate how many people are helping us out depending on which day or what we're in the middle of at the time, but we can handle it. We can play whatever role we need to play. And it's important that we learn all the different responsibilities and jobs, so we don't panic if we're missing somebody, and we can still pull off the show. And that might just be the theater guy in me. I come from theater background, when the show must go on kind of vibe. The curtain opens at 8. The audience is ready to go. You got to give them a show. No excuses, no apology. If you drop a line, you figure it out, you improv it, and you get through the scene, and ultimately get through the show, and you get that applause at the end and the curtain call and all that stuff. So that's where we come from. Apply that technique, apply it to news, apply it to journalism, and you can certainly put together a good show. And that's what we try to do for you guys every Tuesday, every Thursday, right here on the Homeless Left, on Rumble, and on YouTube. Get your comments ready now. We're trying to get to as many as we can in the next 15, 20 minutes here. And then we're going to, like I said, we're going to do a couple more segments for you after that. So if you just got here now, great. Welcome to the Homeless Left, a non-tribal approach to news. It's time for Talking Back with you guys right now. Let's go ahead and throw up the intro. Here we go. What's up, guys? Happy Tuesday today. We're calling today's show Who's in the Driver's Seat? We've been looking at some of the mocking and back and forth from Trump's crazy deranged statements he's put out and interviews he's been answering these questions, pretending like there's some sort of deal. He lost his chance for our deal. He went all in on death and destruction. That was from his Secretary of War. Now we're seeing Trump blame. He's doing the blame game. He's shifting. He's saying, well, Pete Hegseth was the first one to tell me, let's do the death and destruction thing. So I went with that. I went with it because he told me to. Well, Iran is not making a deal with you. Iran has very clear ultimatum to you. Very clear demands. And the first and foremost being the U.S. must shut down all of their military operations, all of their bases around the entire Middle East. And let's hope that we figure out a way to do that. We just need to do that. That just needs to happen. Why the hell else are we in the Middle East, everywhere, surrounding all these countries who've been doing it for the last 25 years? Enough of that shit, guys. Enough of that shit. So we had on Craig Pasta earlier. We did a little story on Cuba, covered a little of the Trump stuff. Also, Jay Scott, we covered a bunch of stuff. World War III watch. Did a little background on Robert Mueller, who passed away a few days ago. Also talked about this lockdown 2.0. The roadmap has been put out there. It's a blueprint we already established during COVID. We told you guys it was coming back again, and it looks like this energy crisis, this global energy crisis, which is happening in real time. This is how we're going to respond to that. We are all in it together. We're all going to buckle down in our 15-minute cities. We're going to do our part. But our handlers, the people at the top, our jail guards that watch the prisons that we're in, while we have our 6 or 7 or 8 masks on, they can roam around freely without their masks, as we were showed during COVID. The people in power don't have to follow the rules. That's also by design. Let's not comply this time. How about that? Let's not go along with it. Let's resist. Let's have some nonviolent resistance and see how far we can go with a real people's movement from the ground up. That's a populist movement. Lead first with courage, with conviction, and above all else, principle. Let's get to your guys' comments right now. I want to start with Citizen. You threw out a couple super chats. We really appreciate it. There's a few more that came in since we put up a few years earlier. But I just want to make sure we covered them all. Trump lies all the time. Scott, are you referring to Scott Ritter? I don't know if we played a clip of Scott Ritter. IRS equals world's worst people. Oh, okay. This is your reference to Scott Jennings. That's right. We did real fake news at the top. This is very important. Scott Jennings being allowed on CNN to do his white supremacist, Jewish supremacist nonsense jargon, where he tells his very few CNN people watching that Iranians are the worst people in the world and we need to blow the shit out of them. And like, that's totally okay to say that they're worst persons in the world. Not okay. Obviously, that's not okay. Obviously. Here's another one from Citizen. Thank you so much for your super chat. One, guys, what it takes for Xi Putin to put Iran under nuke umbrella. 2, while Iran's never downed an American, we know this, even though Scott Jennings told us, oh no, they've killed a bunch of us. They've killed a bunch of us. Even Joe Scarborough, pretending to push back, tells his audience, oh, we're fully aware that Iran kills American people. No, they don't. That's not actually a thing. That's not actually a thing. Zios brag about Rachel Corrie and how nothing happened. Thanks for that so much. Really appreciate the super chat. And I think there was one more from you here. Let's see. Oh yeah, no. We understand this. The Strait of Hormuz is not closed. It's just closed to Zionists and people aligning with the Greater Israel project, which makes us the axis of evil this time. We are the axis of evil. If you align with that, if you have signed up for that, you're not allowed through. It's closed to us. It's closed to Israel. It's closed to any European country that signs up for this, but it's not actually closed. Others can go through as long as they say we're not with them. We ain't for that shit. We ain't for murdering a bunch of innocent schoolgirls. We're not for that shit. Please let us through. And of course, you can actually get through if you disassociate with us. That's it. Okay. Let's go. Oh, this is a question that came up. I think this is important. This was earlier. Well, this is at the end. And I do appreciate this comment. There are no billionaires in the entertainment industry. Of course there are. We were talking about the billionaire discussion. It's very important you understand that the billionaires in the entertainment industry also come from the state of government assistance, surveillance, and military tech. Just so you know, they all do. That includes Jeff Bezos. That includes Larry Ellison. His company that got him to be the second wealthiest person on the planet is Oracle. It's literally a spyware company for Israel, funding Unit 8200, funding all of the surveillance in Palestine, murdering people on behalf of Greater Israel. And now he owns what? Paramount TV, CNN, CBS, just acquired what? Warner Brothers. Yeah, he's now an entertainment guy. And if you ask any lefty here in Hollywood what you think of Ellison, they say, oh, the guy that just got the thing. Yeah, well, I guess is either going to be him or it was going to be Netflix. One of them was going to get WB. So, oh well. Well, what do you think of Ellison well, you know, he's owning a bunch of stuff. What's the problem? It's not a big deal. Well, it is a big deal because he's working on behalf of Israel. That's the whole point. Paramount TV, WB, TikTok. Let's not forget TikTok, controlling the narrative, controlling free speech, blacklisting anyone against it, making sure the narration that goes on Hollywood, on popcorn flicks, aligns with the CBS News, because he also owns CBS, and he makes sure there's a menorah out there behind the evening news and the morning show, along with everything that goes on TikTok, which gets monitored and gets blacklisted. You get thrown off of TikTok if you have any critique of the Israeli illegally occupied state of Israel that's illegally genociding Palestine in real time and turning into a parking lot. You can't critique that. Now, again, this is one guy who got to his billionaire position with the assistance of government money and breaking laws on behalf of that government and investing in government tech that now he has to work on behest of. And whether you're doing it willingly or not, that's a lifetime alignment. They're aligned at the hip. So whatever else you're hearing, whether it's a TMZ story about this or that, or a red carpet story over here or that, you have to know that is how he got there. He didn't work harder than everyone and come up with an idea that people liked and he became rich over. That's not how it works. Just so you know. Okay. Let's see what else we have here. Oh, the Bill Maher stuff. Yeah, we started talking about the Bill Maher stuff. How could you ever have taken Bill Maher seriously? That's a great question, child of God. I actually do have to relook at that. You have to relook at things sometimes. You go back to the movie Religulous. I remember liking the film a lot. And then I went back and saw it and went, oh, he's challenging all religions except one. That's weird. That's weird. An atheist would have a documentary about examining religions and the problems with religion as an atheist. And yet there's just one religion he would just skip over and defend and not, and then call it a day and say, I looked into it and there's nothing there. And that's kind of sickening. That's sickening to me that I didn't see that the first time. All right, let's see. We have, no, this is a great question. Yes, I do. This is a great question. Is it okay not to be Christian or religious here? Of course it is. If anybody was wondering that, and I appreciate the question, of course it is. Of course it is. We will call out anybody. It doesn't matter what religion they represent, or in Bill Maher's case and Sam Harris' case, they represent no religion, as they say, but we call that out. We say you're making atheism look bad. Any of these people doing horrible things, they're making the religion they represent look bad. But it doesn't mean you can't be that thing and represent it good. You can certainly do that. You can be a good Christian, a good Jewish person. You can do the thing the way that you can conduct yourself as a good person, of course. And like the question, is it okay not to be religious? Of course it is. I consider myself not religious. It's something that I wish more people could detach from that system and say, look how they use religion against us. Look what they do. And in the case of some atheists, they also have that used against them as well. So everybody's susceptible to be manipulated. But we are all inclusive here. We are all inclusive. Just as long as you are, a good person and not acting like a piece of shit. Come on. Like, let's treat each other well, and let's celebrate our diversity and our differing opinions. It's totally fine. Totally fine. Okay. And oh, look, we got an atheist here. Very cool. Very cool. And look at this. We got an agnostic here. That's awesome. That's awesome. And it's being so that I don't follow any particular religion. Appreciate that, Hugo. Very, very much. Very much. All right. What else we have here? Okay. Israel from Stumped Deal. Israel is destroying itself. Yeah, it pretty much is. It pretty much is, as the U.S. is also destroying itself. Oh, here's where this is funny. Trump, are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Yep. Yep, we are. Oh, this is what we were talking with Craig Pasta earlier about the PSL and some other organizations that are out in Cuba and getting a bunch of money. PSL is controlled op. They hate real working class people and kill anti-war movements and fake socialists, Democrats. You know, so I have to say, it's sad when we realize these things about these groups that we want to believe that they're doing good, right? We want to believe the PSL is doing good, organizing protests and Free Palestine, and you definitely get a lot of good people that go out to that. We've had PSL events here in LA, and good people certainly turn out to that. At the same time, you can also be controlled op. You can be both. We've had plenty of good people that showed up to Bernie rallies over the years, and those were good people. But Bernie turned out to be controlled op. So it's something that it comes with the territory. We have to be okay with that, and it's okay. I know it's painful sometimes to accept it, because we want to believe that there's somebody organically working on behalf of the people, and then you find out, I know it's a bummer. It's a bummer sometimes. Here's one: Iran and the axis of resistance. Oh, I like that term. Axis of resistance are fighting for humanity against the psychopaths trying to rule this earth. One day, everyone will realize this reality. Well said. Really appreciate it. Jill Abraham. Really appreciate it. Well said. Well said. Here's some good questions. Talking about the Tucker interview with the Economist editor-in-chief. Does Iran have the right to exist? What does even that mean, right? Just like this. Does the U.S. have a right to exist? This is what Tucker was asking. I don't know what that means. A country having a right. What is that? Are we saying countries are people? You guys remember the Citizens United, the whole corporations giving money? What was it? Was it Mitt Romney, 2012, and the whole the Congress went with the citizens, or 2010? It was 2010. And they said the Congress voted and agreed on Citizens United and agreed that what? That corporations were people. Therefore, they can contribute legally. As a voter, I don't know. Did they get a vote? They didn't get a vote, but they got money opportunities by justifying, and I would say identifying that they were on paper considered people from 2010 and on. That was a new rule, and that will never be undone. Everybody's, we're going to take away Citizens. No, you're not. Citizens United is here to stay. Is a country a person? Because a person does have a right to exist. Let's remember that. People have a right to exist. Countries do not. Does that make sense, guys? That's as simple as I can make it. Let's just apply that. Like Tucker says, let's be consistent with everyone. People have a right to exist. Countries do not. Countries have to follow rules in order to function in this planet. And if they don't follow those rules, and if they F up, if the people overthrow their own country The country doesn't have a right to fight back against its people and say, well, I know you guys didn't like what we were doing, but we have a right to exist. That doesn't, no. The people have a right to exist, and the people have the right to vote for any type of government they want to live in. So there's that too. So no, the country in and of itself does not have any rights. The people do. Let's just go with that, and we will never lose this game, because it's a game. When Zionists throw out the little gotcha questions, little maneuvers, no, not going to fall for that. Does Israel have the right to exist? No. Next question. I'll go further than Tucker. I don't have to ask you to define your question. I already know what you're saying. I'm not gonna effing fall for it. Does Israel have a right to exist? No. Next question. Pretty simple. Pretty simple. No. Let's try that, guys. Try that next time. Are you saying Israel doesn't have the right to exist? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Anything else? Anything else you want to talk about? Are you curious? Do you want me to explain? I'll explain it. But I'm not actually going to even take the time to explain it if you're just going to look at me with that face of, oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe you're just anti-Semitic. Oh, you Jew hater. Oh. No, they don't. Care for me to elaborate? I'll tell you why. Because countries aren't people. Corporations aren't people. The people have a right. The people have a right to exist in a country they want to exist in, and they can vote that country the way they want to vote it out. And if the country won't listen to their vote and the country wants to take them down, they can fight back. They have a right. What else do people have a right to do? To resist fascism. To resist what? Occupation. Does that mean Hamas has a right to? Yep, that's absolutely damn right. Hamas has the absolute right for resistance. That's a people's right. It's not a country having a right to exist. That's a people has a right to defend itself, to push back, to fight its own what? Its own occupation, its own genocide. Hell yeah, it does. Hell yeah, it does. Okay. I think we got this. We got this now. We got this right. Hell yeah. Free Palestine, indeed. Free Palestine. Hell yeah. Okay. Let's go to a few more of these, and we'll get on to the next segment. Oh yeah, no, and Gabrielle, appreciate everything you've done on the chat with us today. Leslie will be coming back, I believe, on Thursday. So she doesn't generally do Tuesdays. So I gotta kind of hold down Tuesdays. Yeah, appreciate all the encouragement here and sending people links. You guys can always go to our links, help us out here. Yeah, and this is what we covered earlier. Great reset underway. Thanks for this, Julia MR. Have you seen calls for energy lockdowns? Yes, happening in UK and elsewhere. We covered this earlier. You can go back and check that. We did cover this earlier in the show. Actually, at the end with Jay Scott. So I think you put this comment up before we did the actual coverage. Yeah, and hey, Wish You Go, thanks for tuning in. Well, we love you, Wish You Go. Iran stated they will never enter into talks with the U.S. again. So when Trump tells you he's in the middle of talks and he solved it and everything's great and we have a 15-point plan, total bullshit. There is no 15-point plan. It doesn't exist. Iran's done. They're done talking. You had your chance and then you blew everyone up. And you did that. You actually did that already last summer with the 12-day war, and then you did it again. So they gave you a second chance to not blow them up. Hey, are we going to negotiate? Would you not blow us up this time? Is that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, totally. Yeah, pinky swear. I won't blow you up this time. Oh, you got, okay. I blew you up. I'm sorry. My bad. Won't happen again. Come on, let's go. 15-point plan. No nukes. That's 1, 2, and 3. And then we got 12 more after that. I won't blow you up. I promise. Have I ever lied? Have I ever lied to you? Have I ever lied to you? Come on. I'm a man of my word. Always watch out when somebody says I'm a man of my word. That's usually a sign right there. That's a sign. Why is Israel allowed to train eyes? Why not? That's what they do. They train all of our police. They give us, of course, allowed to. That's the job. Make sure we're all coordinated. We're using the same technology, right? Palantir, tracking, surveillance, putting people in the digital system, the digital ID system. Anybody filming ICE, guess what? We got your face now, baby. You're now locked and loaded. You're in what? You're in the database for domestic terrorism. Of course, Israel is training ICE for this type of behavior using that same technology. The technology, by the way, is called, what is it that ICE wears? They wear the glasses. Do you know what's behind those glasses? It's called Elite. The app is called Elite. And that's the tracking system. They go door to door. Minneapolis, every car they ram into, every window they break, every child they pick up and throw in a van. That's weird. That's weird that Trumpers like that. They like ICE going around picking up children, throwing them in vans and never seeing them again. I thought you guys were against that shit. I thought you liked Sound of Freedom, where we talk about child abductions and people who we don't know where my child went. Well, you'll never see them again. You're bad. You shouldn't have let your kid out of the house. You shouldn't let your kid, well, they should have had their ID on them. Well, they did have their ID. We don't care about their ID. It was never about the IDs. It was just about rounding people up, putting them in a camp, putting them in a database, domestic terrorism, whatever. That's all Israel. That's all Palantir. It's all the same. IDF, ICE. Isn't that close enough? IDF, ICE. We're just off by a couple letters there. It's the same thing, right? Same thing. Same thing. One of them makes a word. ICE. IDF. I don't know. You can't make a word out of IDF, but it's the same thing. It's the same thing. All right. Let's do two more, and then we'll get on to the next segment because I know we just hit the 4-hour mark, so we better wrap this up. We better wrap this up. Okay. Let's see here. Here we go. Okay. Oh, the Mueller story. I appreciate this. I've heard Mueller took jury members in the back. You and said you convict or I'm getting you next. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm sure there was a lot of that going on, threatening people in their testimony, threatening jurors, right? Jury members to do a thing that you got to do, or we're going to come after you next. Of course there was. It's all corrupt. Any of these, and these are all fake. These are all fake investigations. They're all fake trials. We always say, oh, we're going to do the commissions, 9/11 commission, all fake. J6 commission, all fake. We're investigating ourselves, all fake. All fake. Even if somebody has good intentions going in, they're never going to get to the thing. They're never going to get to the thing. Not when we're doing it to ourselves. What you need is actual independent investigative teams doing this type of stuff. You can't have inside people being assigned to this shit. How are we okay with that? How are we okay with any of these investigation teams being put together by the thing that is supposed to be investigating? How? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Oh, this is cool. Oh my God, I finally found an anti-woke leftist channel. It's like finding a needle in a haystack the size of the Atlantic Ocean. Sweet. Oh, appreciate that. Well, we're not the only one here, but we're glad you found us. This might be pushing it a little, but I thought it's really funny. I want to have your babies. I don't care what gender you are. That's funny. That's a very anti-woke joke. We get it. Thank you for that. Really appreciate that. Yeah. And you're, welcome to the homeless left. Welcome to the space with us. Oh, thanks for clarifying. Pizza is girls. That's right. So hot dogs, boys, pizza, girls. What am I talking about? I don't know. I saw the codes that were put out, and it was like maybe it's some game, maybe it's some, I don't know, some child game, Candyland. I don't know what we're talking about here, but if you guys need the key for reference, that means that. Just so you know, that means that. Okay. And then I think the hot dog thing, just replace girls with boys, right? And then you'll get the gist. You'll get the gist. Okay. I think that should do it. We'll throw a few more up at the end. So we won't leave you behind. So that should do it for today. For Talking Back. And yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, thanks you guys. I see you on both of the channels. It's very cool of you guys all being on here. Homeless Left, 100%. Love you guys. That should do it for now. Yeah, that should. Okay, I think we're all set up for the next segment. Let's just go. We're gonna get right into it. What are we talking about? Well, we have some unfortunate medical emergencies, medical incidences. Let's call them medical incidences. We had a bunch of them this last week. In fact, we had so many. I thought we would just put them all into one thing. We'll put them all into one thing. We'll go through them one at a time. A lot of unexpected, suddenly occurrences that we have no idea how they happen. So let's go. Let's take a look at them one at a time. We'll kind of do our own research. We like to call this segment, We Know What It's Not. Let's do it.
But the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
But this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
The conspiracy theory about this related to vaccine, you're right.
We have to really move at the speed of science.
Doctors are baffled. They're looking into it. They don't have an answer just yet, but as soon as they get it together, they're going to come back. I promise you, they will be able to tell you what happened to your loved one. Why do they drop dead suddenly with no answers? Perfectly healthy people just dropping dead for no reason. They will have answers, I assure you. But until then, until they come back and they can break it all down for you, we can be rest assured that there's one thing 100% that we know for sure, and that is we know what it's not. Let's start with the big one this week, and this one's loaded. This one's pretty loaded. So you guys have heard, I don't know if you know the name of this guy. It's Leonid Revinsky. Leonid Revinsky, he was the owner of OnlyFans. That's right, the big old OnlyFans owner. Here he is. Leonid Revinsky dies at 43 after a cancer diagnosis. He died following a journey. Oh, I like how they call it a journey. Like it's this adventure. He following an adventure with cancer. A spokesperson for the company confirmed to People. Well, I'm sure People's going to cover this one accurately. Let's see. I want to learn more about this guy. Leonid, the billionaire owner of the adult content platform OnlyFans, has died after his adventure with cancer. He was 43. We are deeply saddened to announce the death of Leo. A spokesman for the company told People Leo passed away peacefully after a long adventure with cancer. His family have requested privacy at this difficult time. Well, I want to get a backstory on this guy. Let's see. Radvinsky was born in the Ukraine, but grew up in Chicago, earning his bachelor's degree in economics from Northwestern University. Well, I guess that's the end of the story. That's all. Successful billionaire. Here we go. Another billionaire. I wonder how he got all his money. It's so interesting. We were just talking about that earlier on the show. How do billionaires get their money? Really hard work, apparently. Really hard work. Just nose to the grind, just buckling down, pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. Well, I think People's done with their coverage. So I'm done reading. I don't want to know anything more about this guy, about this Ukrainian. Slava Ukraine. Oh, well, look what else People's telling us. He was involved with philanthropic, I can never pronounce that. He thought he was a philanthropist, let's just say. Donating $5 million to Ukraine. Of course, that's the empathetic thing to do as an empathetic billionaire. Giving money to cancer, of course, giving money to cancer charity. He donated $5 million in relief efforts, more like to kill other Ukrainians. And we know that story. What a joke that is. But okay, it's the right thing to do, right? If you're in the left, if you're in the peace and love camp, give money to Ukraine. That makes sense. There it is. So that's the end of the story. Okay. A well-meaning billionaire owning a very honest company donated $5 million for a good cause. And now he accidentally got cancer, which is a total shock. And now he's dead. End of story. Or is it? Well, I don't think it is the end, because the billionaire owner of OnlyFans, the problem is, well, he's a Ukraine-born Jew. Well, there's that. He immigrated to the United States as a child. He became the largest donor to AIPAC. What? The largest donor to AIPAC in 2024? Pledging $11 million to this Israeli lobby. So if you were part of OnlyFans in any way, if you're a working girl or a guy going on and spending money, just know that some of your money went to a proxy war in Ukraine, but most of your money, most of it, of the 11 million, went to manufacture consent for the Greater Israel Project and paid for Israel and paid to murder Palestinians. So you know. So you might have a problem with the adult entertainment industry. You might have a problem with OnlyFans in general. But just know this, separately from that, your problem with adult content and all that, and there's certainly an argument there to be made about what is being brought in to the Western world through this billionaire who happens to be a Jew. I would say at this point, it's safe to say he's a Zionist, because why the hell else would you give $11 million to AIPAC unless you were a total freaking Zionist, which apparently he was. Apparently he was. So let's look at this. OnlyFans majority owner gets a cut of his employees' sex work earnings. That's what we actually call a pimp. So let's be clear. He's a pimp, right? Gets the cut of the sex work. Is the top donor to AIPAC since the October 7th Hannibal Directive event. He pledges $11 million to help AIPAC lobby U.S. lawmakers on behalf of Israel and basically steal our democracy right out from under us. So if you were part of OnlyFans in any way, like I said, you contributed to that. So do we have anything of a thought or some curiosity about the cancer itself? Is that a thing? Well, let's just be clear. This is the symbol. There he is again. This is the symbol that it should be. This is the OnlyFans logo. There really should be a swastika right in the middle, so you guys know that's what you're supporting. And the same, and by the way, the same is true with Pornhub as well. But this guy gets cancer, rapid cancer, at 43 years old. Somehow he can't figure out a way to shake it. Why is that? It's very weird. So I dug this up from Erin Elizabeth Health Nut News. She's always on point when it comes to covering these died suddenlies. Always on point. I love Erin's coverage. She says the OnlyFans founder got all the shots. What? And boosters. And then he got cancer, died at 43. What? I thought the shots and boosters protected us. They protected us, right? Well, he got them all, and then he dies of cancer. That's just bad luck, I guess, right? And what Erin does, she says, I'm reporting on so many celebrities and public figures dying at like this, so young. Imagine the millions who aren't famous, who are dying too young. Yeah, we imagine them all the time. That's why we do this segment. And thank you, Erin, for pointing this out about the shots. And it's very bizarre. It's very bizarre to me that a guy like that, who was, again, to become a billionaire in the first place, he has to be an asset to this Israel. He has to be. That's an asset. That's how he becomes that he captures this company. The money he gets from that goes direct. It's not because he had a good heart. Oh, I believe in the people of Ukraine. And oh, I believe in AIPAC. No, this is why you're there, to funnel the money from this corporation, from these sex workers. You funnel their money from paying customers, right? You funnel their money into these war machines, into the proxy war in Ukraine and into the Greater Israel Project. That's what you're doing. So that's the whole thing. So that's why you're that billionaire in place to do that. So why would a guy like that allow himself to get all those shots and boosters? It's very bizarre. And then even still, you get the cancer. How did you treat that cancer? We always wonder that, because we know of ways you can remedy yourself. We know of intermittent fasting. We know these. We talk about this all the time on the show. So it's very bizarre that a guy like that this is how it ends for him at 43. Very bizarre. Very bizarre. But yeah, if you're reading People magazine, you're not going to get any of that AIPAC stuff at all. You certainly aren't going to be told about his boosters and shots because that's very private. We don't want to know about that. That's very, very private. Keep that to keep your booster status to yourself. Unless you're going out to eat at a restaurant, then everybody has to know, because we need to know if you're walking in, if you're a danger to other people sitting in the restaurant with you. Of course, we can all take our masks off when it's time to eat lunch, but only at lunchtime and dinner time. That's it. Then put your mask back on, stand up. You're good to go. Show us your vax. Show us your vax cards. Show us your vax cards. If you guys remember that. Okay. Let's get on to the next one. Boom. From TMZ, Chuck Norris, legendary martial artist and actor, dead at 86. Chuck was hospitalized either Wednesday or Thursday. It seemed sudden because a source who had spoken with Chuck Wednesday said he had been working out and was in an upbeat, jovial mood. Interesting. And this can happen. I mean, the guy is 86, but tip-top shape. But, you know, hey, shit happens, right? Shit happens. That's okay. Shadow of Ezra, American legend and close friend of who? Ah, shit. Really? Oh, God damn it. God damn it, Shadow. Why did you have to ruin this for us? Close friend of Netanyahu. Now we can be AI with, I guess he can be AI with Netanyahu together. We got Chuck and BB AI experience. I hope somebody comes up with that one. That would be a fun one. Of course, I'm being facetious. Chuck Norris has passed away at the age of 86 after being hospitalized. Norris was a vocal and consistent supporter of Israel for decades, describing it as an incredible country. Incredibly sick and twisted country. Norris was a high-profile endorser of Netanyahu. You guys want to see an example? This one's been going around. Oh God, it's hard to watch.
I've been well. Good to see you, Prime Minister.
It's good to see you.
Well, thank you.
Listen, Israel was strong, but it's indestructible now.
You got to meet my wife, Gina.
Hello,
It's a
how are
pleasure.
you? How are
Thank
you?
you for having us, Prime Minister.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
You too.
I think we can tell our security people to leave. We don't need them anymore.
Oh, gosh, I've been looking forward to this.
Thanks for all the support.
Oh, believe me, you'll always have my support.
You can kill as many Palestinians and Lebanese and Yemenis as you want. You always have my lips on your freaking ass. Always. You hear me? And I'm the toughest dude in the States. I'm the toughest guy. That's how I got so many fans that tell me I can deal with anything. But with you, I just lose everything. I lose. Oh, I can't even stand up straight. I'm just in awe of you. You're the only person I salivate. You're the only male I salivate over. Oh, I just love you so much. Oh my God. Besties. Oh my God.
You know, and, yeah. When all that was coming down, you know, I didn't know what to do. Of course, my wife says, I know what to do. I'm calling over there. So she's very aggressive in that respect.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was sobbing like a little baby on the couch when I saw when you murdered those your own people. You murdered those Israelis. You remember that Hannibal directive that you did on your own people in order to manufacture consent to genocide the Palestinians? You remember that? I was bawling like a little bitch. And then my wife, she's the one that has my balls in her purse. She said, we got to go see Bibi. We got to make sure he's okay. Because what if he got hurt by his own Hannibal directive and he got killed? Because you don't know. If you're an IDF soldier, you're given the order, kill your own people. Who knows? We had to come check on you to make sure your diabolical plan didn't backfire. Thank God you're okay. I was tearing up just when I saw you walk in the room.
Thank you. Hi.
These are our friends. This
Hello.
is Larry.
It's an honor, our security detail.
Hi.
And this is Kyle.
It's good to see you.
The Prime Minister.
My security, they never get like this either. They're literally like mannequins in the wall. This is the first time we've seen anything out of them resembles any sort of like their heart rate racing. They're racing because they are nervous to be around you, because they are also, just like me, in love with you.
So we can We can get rid of everyone. Tell them to clear the building. They can go. That's fine.
Did you say get rid of everyone? I just want to be clear. You're not going to go kill my security, right? You meant get rid of. I just want to be clear because you've said that before when you're dealing with scum of the earth. You know, your neighbors, scum of the earth, all your neighbors. You talk about getting rid of them. You don't actually. Oh, you meant go out of the room. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I'm just so nervous. I've never been around someone so amazing as you. I'm sorry. Okay, guys, don't worry. He's not going to kill you. You're good. You're good. Cheese. There you go. There you go. So this is the guy they're all celebrating right now. We see so many memes going around. I can't even believe it. We've also saw this about him, and I'm just going to tell you this. Look, there were people calling him an anti-vaxxer. I'll be very clear. Chuck Norris is an anti-vaxxer. We looked into it. I'm gonna tell you right now, there is a report. I couldn't get my hands on it, but there is a report from November of 2023. I believe. Or is it 20? No, it's 2022. November 2022. I couldn't get my hands on. But it says that Chuck Norris said he was proud of the ability of these companies to get the thing out. And the thing is the vax. That's it. There's no record. There's no public post to him taking it himself. I think he liked the fact that his fans would say, Norris didn't need the jab. He got COVID, and COVID had to go get a vaccination from Chuck Norris. They have all these stupid. So he liked that. He didn't challenge that. But I believe I believe he did take it. He vouched for it, saying, I'm glad this thing's out. That's not how anti-vaxxers talk. They don't say, we're glad this is out. That's not a thing. You don't say that. You don't say we're glad it's out. So he didn't promote it necessarily. There's no record of him taking it, but he did vouch for it and say, this is a good thing. This thing is out there. Now we can get back to normal, just so you guys know. One thing might not have anything to do with the other. Just letting you know. Just letting you know. Okay. So, a few others also occurred this same week. It was a big one, guys. It was a big one. I forgot this from James Lee. This is funny. James, you got it. You get it. Well said. RIP to Chuck Norris. The OG 7K Israeli influencer. Give it up for the OG Chuck Norris. He was the original. That's probably where Netanyahu got that plan to bring in more people so they could gawk at him like Chuck Norris did in that little video. So well said, James. So yeah, RIP to the original 7K influencer. There you go. A few others, like I said, occurrences here in Hollywood. We lost a few more. Here's one. This one came out of nowhere. Take it for what it is.
Of the Buffy the Vampire Slayer family has passed away. Nicholas Brendon, best known for his role as Xander Harris in the Sarah Michelle Gellar-led series, died on March 20th, according to his family, who says in a statement to The Hollywood Reporter, "We are heartbroken to share the passing of our brother and son, Nicholas Brendon. He passed in his sleep of natural causes."
What? Huh? What? I've never heard those two things said about a young person before, ever. Well, until 2021 and on. What? Guys, can you remember before this? Can we please not forget life before 2021, 2020? Can we please not forget young people didn't die in their sleep of natural causes? That's not a thing. They're saying it is now, but that's not actually a thing. Let's not let this be a thing, please. Young people passing away in their sleep due to natural causes is not a medical diagnosis. That's not a thing. That's not in a coroner's report. That's not okay that we're accepting of that. What the F world are we living in where this is normal? I don't understand this at all. But go on with the report, E News, giving us the real story. Behind the scenes, what really goes on in Hollywood.
The family also acknowledges, while it's no secret that Nicholas had struggles in the past, he was on medications and treatment to manage his diagnosis, and he was optimistic about the future at the time of his passing.
So he was managing diagnosis. Jesus. What happened to this guy? That's wow. So he just had a bunch of shit he was dealing with and a bunch of medications for it. And it's good. You got to get your Western medication prescriptions to not for preventative. We don't do preventative. We do treatments, and then those treatments cause other things, and then those things cause other things, and then you're on shit for life. In this case, you are on these medications for life. And in this case, it was a short life of medications. But they certainly made a lot of money off of him. Anything else in this story?
Per the Hollywood Reporter, Nicholas had revealed in 2023 that he had suffered a heart attack and had been diagnosed with a congenital heart defect.
Well, huh? Heart attack from what? In 2023, what could possibly have caused a heart attack? What? That's weird. I guess that's okay. So 2023 heart attack. That sucks. He must have been completely out of shape, totally overweight, eating shit every day, looking like Brendan Fraser in the Whale movie, right? That's got to be it, right? No, perfectly healthy. Just had a heart attack.
He also had cauda equina syndrome, which led to several spinal surgeries. The family adds that Nicholas, called Nicky for short, had recently found a passion for painting and art, saying he was passionate, sensitive, and endlessly driven to create. Those who truly knew him understood that his art was one of the purest reflections of who he was. The actor, as Xander, appeared in 143 of Buffy the Vampire Slayer's 144-episode run, starring as close friend of Sarah's Buffy character and Allison Hannigan's Willow.
They left off there. I'll rewind it. This other girl also died suddenly. This one, next to him in this picture, the girl on the in the middle there to the right, also died suddenly. That was last year. Just so you know. So they're losing the whole group one at a time, unfortunately. So there it is. A few more just because, might as well. We got to report the news, guys. Totally unrelated. Just thought you should know. Jamie Blanks, urban legend director, dies suddenly and unexpectedly at 54. He was the Australian filmmaker that was behind cult horror films like Urban Legend and Valentine. I have a really good friend that was in the Valentine film, knew Jamie very, very well, actually, and was in the Valentine film. Yeah, everybody's shocked here. Everybody's shocked. Can't talk to him about anything else. Just it's shocking when it happens, and that's it. His death was unexpected. Despite some ill health in recent years, I wonder which years those were. What do you mean by recent years? Huh. It's so weird when there's a certain time frame in which ill health seems to be happening randomly. It's weird. And he was preparing to direct another film. I hear he was actually going to do an Urban Legends reboot. That's not happening anymore, unfortunately. Shit. Another one. Married at First Sight star Mel Schilling dies at 54. Surrounded by love, her family has announced on Instagram. The dating coach was best known for her roles on Married at First Sight Australia and Married at First Sight UK. The death was announced earlier in March. She announced that she had colon cancer, which was diagnosed when? In 2023. Strange year to have cancer diagnosis out of nowhere. It then became terminal, with there being, quote, nothing further, end quote, doctors could do. Sounds very useless to me, those doctors. I mean, we're still waiting for them to come back and tell us what was the real cause. Because I guess you just get colon cancer and that's it. And then we can't do anything more for you. Nothing further we can do. All the money you're paying into your premiums, all the drugs we're giving you. Yeah, nothing we can do. Sorry about that. Shit. Influencer dead from bile duct cancer at 34. 3 years after she was told she had 3 months to live. So this is being packaged by people. This one's being packaged as a what? As a success story. It's a hero story. She beat the odds and lived 3 years past the 3 months she was told she was going to live. So we should be feeling really good reading about this person. Alexandra, Polish pediatrician. Oh, shit. She was a pediatrician and a content creator. I hope she didn't. What kind of content would a pediatrician create? What kind of content? About making sure your kids get all their shots? Is that it? So she can make her money? Does she belittle? I'm overstepping. I never went to her page. I don't know. But a pediatrician whose job is to sell, is it literally a drug dealer to parents, making them feel guilty if they walk out of the room without shooting their kids up with drugs. That's who died from cancer. Okay. It's bile duct cancer. She was 34. So she was 31 when she got the diagnosis. In February of 2023, it is an extremely aggressive form of cancer that forms in the tubes between the liver and the small intestine. When she received her diagnosis in February 2023, she was given 3 months to live. So again, this is a success story. She showed them. Of course, she was putting out on her little platform, healthy, young, fit, with no symptoms. Man, this has got to be some kind of joke. And yes, it is a joke, isn't it? A joke indeed. But no one was joking. I was dying. There was no hope, no salvation. And again, she showed them who's boss, and she lived another 3 years. How did she do that? She underwent a series of procedures that made a lot of money for pharma. A lot of money. A lot of money. Series of procedures, including a liver transplant, far suppressing the life expectancy initially given to her by the doctors. And 2 years after her diagnosis, she chronicled her story in a self-published memoir titled, Look, I'm Still Alive. I guess it goes without saying that title kind of has lost its oomph. At this point, it didn't age very well. Had about a 2-year lifespan. No, doesn't age past that, unfortunately. And seriously, like, look, all these family members dealing with this shit, and that sentiment in her own book, in her own words, this has to be some sort of joke. It does feel that way, doesn't it? Doesn't it feel that way sometimes, that this whole thing is one big joke, one big scam? When are you guys going to come out from behind the curtain and tell us what the F is really going on here? When is that happening? When are those doctors coming back? They told us, don't worry, we're looking into it. We're working on a case right now. Just sit tight. Don't ask questions. Sit tight. Don't listen to conspiracy theorists. Don't listen to any outlandish idea that this thing that happened to you has anything to do with something you put in your body in 2021. Don't ever think that. Because even though we have no idea what the F is going on, we can tell you with 100% certainty right now, even before we look into it, we can tell you to your face, we know what it's not. There it is. Okay. We'll save the other one. We'll save the other one for next time. I think that should do it for today. This has been a good show, guys. I do appreciate all the engagement. I hope we haven't been doing. I hope there's no shadow banning going on here. If there is, whatever. We roll with it, guys. We roll with it. That's what we do here. We don't care. They can ban us. They can censor us. We know you guys are still here. You're still tuning in. You're still what? You're still putting this out. You're getting the word out. You're sharing this out. You're finding our segments. You're putting in the comments. You're doing this. I know we have viewers that are putting this on other platforms that we're not even on. So we appreciate all of that. All of that helps. All of that helps. So sometimes the algorithm's up. Sometimes it's down. Sometimes it doesn't make any sense. We don't even know what's going on. We don't even know when we check our YouTube sometimes. We're like, what the hell? It goes like this. But it doesn't matter, because what we can do, what we can control is how we present ourselves, how we conduct ourselves. That's what we can control. We can't control what goes on out there. We can't control when we wake up in the morning And we say, are you effing kidding me? Another bomb, another war, another mass murder, another justification, another rights being taken away, another false flag operation, another bait and switch move, another cross another Bill of Rights off the list, another something that we're not allowed to criticize, that we're going to be punished for having a problem with it, for speaking out, for showing up to a rally, to show up and support people who can't support themselves and fight for people who can't fight for themselves. Another psyop, another pitting us against each other, another taking advantage of who we are as people, taking advantage of playing our emotions against each other, another propaganda piece coming to you directly from the military-industrial complex, the Greater Israel Project, Big Pharma, right through our screens, right into our faces. We can't control those things happening, but we can control how we respond to them and the action that we take on a day-to-day basis. And when we wake up in the morning, how we go about our day, and we do it with consistency, and we go out with the intention of connecting with others, of going for understanding, of finding a way we can build up the strength of the people as humanity needs more now than ever. More than ever, they need us to do this. So let's keep doing it. Let's keep setting that example, keeping that bar high in this space or any space you find yourself in. That's what community is. We don't close our doors. We don't have a barrier around us. You're welcome to expand this into where you feel comfortable existing and being. It's totally fine. We're not a tribe. We're not a club. We're anti-tribal. We're non-tribal. We're not part of that anymore. We will never go back to tribalism. We will never go back to two-party duopoly. We'll never go back to my team is right, your team is wrong. We are done. We are going forward now. So let's do this. Let's put words to action. Let's continue the movement. We know it's hard. We thank you again for being part of what we're doing here on the Homeless Left, THL. We're here twice a week, but we know we have to deal with this every day. You have to deal with this every day. We've made it this far. We've made it this far. Let's give ourselves that credit. We'll give you guys the credit. Thank you for making it this far, getting out of bed in the morning, figuring out how you get through that day, how you get through all the hurdles and roadblocks and BS coming to you on your phone and from your friends, family, and anybody who's come at you, push back at you for having a question, for having a thought of your own that wasn't given to you. So thank you, and you should be proud. We've made it this far. We've made it this far. Okay, we'll leave you with this. We're talking about AI. This is another AI coming from Iran. I can't say who did the thing, but it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It's a performance, an AI performance discussing, I guess the message of the performance in this song is, we don't want your democratic bombs. Enjoy this. Thank you to everyone who participated today. Thanks to our mods. Gabrielle, you're awesome. I know Leslie was on there for a little bit. We're looking forward to having her back on Thursday. Thanks to Craig. Thanks to Jay. We will be announcing some new guests, and we have some big stuff we're covering on Thursday. So we'll see you guys back here on the Homeless Left Thursday afternoon. We're here twice a week, so we'll be back here next week as well. You can count on us. We will show up. We will show up. And we're here for you. You can count on that. And we hope you can show up too, wherever you're needed. So until next time, always lead with courage, with conviction, and above all else, principle. We'll see you guys next time. Remember, power to the people and free Palestine. We're out.